Chapter 2067. The light of teleportation flickered, and the landing point was now fixed in front of the big conch house. When they were done with work, idle or crazy, they would gather at this place. Although they had watched the snowy tundra for 100 million years, it was not to the extent that they would get tired of it. For them, there was not much time to idle. They would get up for a walk or two to relax, and then they would enter the next phase of work. It was just like sitting for a long time and drinking a cup of tea. After drinking it, they would have to sit down again. After sitting for a long time, they did not have much time to look at the tundra, so they would not get tired of looking at it for too long. As soon as they slipped out of the portal, they saw a large pile of purple gold alls covering the tundra space before them. Xiao Xiao and Maple were sitting on chairs facing each other. The former was teaching the latter about magic circles and construct. There was no such thing as poking one's forehead and slapping something on one's forehead. It was not the same as when they were little kids. Poking one's forehead and slapping something on one's forehead would complete learning. Poking one's head would at most give the information in one breath. It was irresponsible to throw things into another's head without organizing them. Sometimes it was not as convenient as oral communication. Moreover, they had reached the level of analyzing the root of the structure and delving into its essence. Everything needed a long time to settle down, and there was no way to speed things up. Even Frost, who was the fastest among them, took hundreds of years to do it. The purple-gold magic circle before them was not just pieces of alls. It spread out across the vast tundra, entangling into a painting in the air. It was as if a mountain range was built, covered in purple-gold plants. The scale was huge. Compared to Maple's hundreds of millions of magic circles that were so densely packed and suffocating, the painting cast by the magic circle before them was more continuous and magnificent. Still, there was a restless aura of energy turbulence hidden under the beauty. It felt as if a random step or two would trigger some inexplicable trap and be hit in the face by a torrent of energy. Xiao Xiao raised his right hand to Maple. A purple-gold cube the size of a palm was floating above his palm. The cube seemed to be a framework woven by threads of energy, and its interior was densely packed. If one were to put their eyes on it, they would see that there were many runes that were a little smaller than pores. It was so stuffed that it looked like scribbles, just like the door-sized book of Her Eminence. The cube was the source of the continuous scene cast by the magic circle. Since it was too difficult to understand and too brain-burning, he decided to turn his eyes away after a glance and not torment his brain. Maple, on the other hand, was listening to Xiao Zhao's explanation with great interest. It had been a long time since Maple showed such a joyful expression when he touched something new and interesting. Previously, when Maple encountered the origin energy and the chaos energy, he would pinch his nose and pinch his chest as if he was half dead. The pain of his soul was beyond words, and it was especially painful to watch. He walked over casually. Seeing that Xiao Zhao's explanation seemed to have ended, he bumped Maple's arm with his shoulder. "How's it going?" Yun Nuoshing raised his head slightly and glanced at the scene cast by the purple-gold magic circle. He rubbed his eyes and said, "It's okay. Things of the origin system are more or less similar and connected. In my case, although it's a new thing, it's already an incomplete foundation. Now, as long as I tidy up and straighten out my thoughts, I should be able to do it." Things of the origin system were more or less similar to their roots and essence. In his case, except for the power of Luo Zun God, the other things should not be too difficult since he had converted 90% of his root. He just needed to put in more effort and spend more time. This was the incomplete foundation. In fact, it was not that Luo Zun God's power did not exist. The 49 types of origin energy that he had adjusted also had Luo Zun God's power, but it was still in an incomplete state. Now that he was busy with the normal 146 types of origin energy, he could only throw the adjusted ones aside and ignore them for the time being. The essence of the magic circle structure was more like a non-physical energy creation woven by magic circles. It was a large-scale magic circle. Compared to the hundreds of millions of magic circles that he had thrown out in the past, the former had an additional important core. However, it was different from the normal energy creation's structural source and core. What he needed to straighten out now were these two different cores. He had to temporarily slap himself to make himself forget about the energy creation's core and structural source. Then, he had to redifferentiate the core of the magic circle structure. If he did not do it well, it would take a lot of effort. Xiao Xiao had already explained the basic situation to him. The next thing he had to do was to fall into an endless state of thinking. He had to figure out the existing conditions bit by bit like a puzzle. Sometimes, he even had to try to understand the specific situation. It was not particularly troublesome. Among all the things he had to deal with regarding the origin of things, the difficulty of acquiring the magic circle construct was only one of the lowest. After all, what he had acquired was a new type of thing, a new magic circle form. It was just the beginning of the basics, and it was not as difficult as the high-level and deadly origin creations. He felt that he could get it done in a few days. Seeing that Ling had started to practice, Xiao Xiao observed with interest. His movements were stiff and awkward, as if he was trying to force himself to change his habits. It reminded her of the beginning, when she had fumbled around clumsily like him, carefully pushing forward. Every step she took was very slow, as if she was afraid of making a mistake. When she saw that Ling's eyes were gradually lost in thought and he was slowly entering the zone, she dispersed the formation she had set up and retreated to the side. Hui, who had moved to another table, saw Xiao Xiao coming over and asked curiously, "How is it? How is it? Is it going well?" "Don't worry about me." Xiao Xiao nodded calmly and sat down next to Qing Qing. She took a sip of tea and looked up at Ling, who was struggling with the first step. With the foundation of the origin energy, it may not take long for him to master it smoothly. After that, he just needs to practice more. Ha! Hui glanced at Maple, who was concentrating. He also did not understand the specific situation. So, when he is proficient, he can touch the magic circle of Her Eminence? That will have to be done in a special way. After all, it is the magic circle of Her Eminence. It is not an ordinary thing. Xiao Xiao shook her head calmly. Also, even if he is proficient in the magic circle, it will take a lot of effort to change the form. In other words, Maple was now just trying to get started. Getting started, practicing, and advancing. When he was almost at the right level, he could then deal with that special thing. After that, he would have to change a lot of things that he often used. It sounded like a brain burner. Fortunately, he did not play with magic circles. His Eminence did not use magic circles. Otherwise, he would be sitting there in a daze like Maple. Come to think of it, Hui suddenly remembered something. Three-dimensional, no, what was it again? Magic circle construct. Is its standard not too high? I think I have seen someone use a magic circle to manifest a three-dimensional pattern a long time ago. What you are talking about is just the energy released by the magic circle to manifest its characteristic. Magic circle construct is only mastered by Her Eminence. Moreover, only the realm of the gods has magic circles. Other worlds that are derived from the void are just another kind of similar thing. Xiao Xiao looked at him and calmly replied. Making the energy of the magic circle manifest its characteristics is mostly due to lack of practice. If you exclude this reason, then the only explanation is that he is showing off his skill. Ling's magic circle's energy is restrained, and the attacks it releases are almost all energy torrent. Only when the attack hits and explodes will it manifest part of its characteristics due to the release of all the energy, but it will not draw out a complete pattern of its characteristic. We thought about it and it seemed to be true. Maple's magic circle did not have anything more than a very bright magic circle. Most of the attacks it released were simple and unadorned. Yeah, why is that? Everyone looked at him speechlessly and said in unison, "Restrain the energy and attack at full power." Hui laughed dryly and shrunk his neck. His brain was temporarily damaged and his train of thought was blocked. Shuang put a 1-foot-tall ice sculpture of Little Star on the table. She looked at Little Star, who was immersed in the state of learning new things, and suddenly said, "When Little Star comes out of her isolation, everyone turned to look at her." She gently pinched the new ice sculpture and her eyes flashed. "The magic circle at the front line may undergo a huge transformation." Everyone thought, that is also very possible. Bah, it is definitely something that will happen. That guy will not hesitate to use more effort to increase the intensity of his attack. Once he has mastered this new form of magic circle and understood the magic circle of Her Eminence, he will definitely make a move on the magic circle at the front line. No, it shouldn't be. Little Hour gave a negative answer when everyone thought so. This form of magic circle is much more powerful than its initial form and requires more energy and control. However, it is not a problem for Ling. If all the magic circles at the front line of the void were to change form, the order domain of the Temple of Origins alone would not be able to withstand such a level of energy expenditure. Moreover, the front line is already in a state of balance and stability. Unless the underworld sends out more powerful forces, there is no need to spend effort to further increase the power of the order domain. Everyone thought about it and said, "Oh, that was true." The power of the order domain at the front line was already a notch above the cannon fodder thrown out by the underworld. If it were to be increased, the warriors guarding the order domain would have to carry the domain to the abyssal death mist rift and block the door. Little Hour's eyes flashed for a moment. However, he would probably make adjustments to the original third defense line's magic circle. Everyone nodded with all their might. This time, he would definitely do it. In short, if there was something more powerful, he would definitely complete the adjustment and installation as soon as possible. He wouldn't stop until he had thrown out 10 billion copies. This was a rare opportunity to refresh the upper and lower limits of the lower and lower limit. Let's put aside that guy who was breaking through the upper and lower limits and let him figure it out himself. After all, they could not help him, and they had their own things to do. Actually, only a few of them appeared to be very busy and exhausted. For example, he and Little Hour were both thinking about how to explore more powerful defensive magic circles and magic circles. Generally speaking, there was no end to this, so they could not stop. As for the others, Green had gone to the tower to fight. It was said that he planned to challenge his Lord Maple's source form to a one-on-one battle. Hopefully, this iron-headed kid would not drown in the torrent of source form. 100 million years had passed, and they did not know to what extent the observer of source form had grasped the source form's power. In any case, it was definitely not stagnant. The other second-generation inheritors had also followed him to the tower to fight. Xing Elvi was still propping himself up on a pile of firewood, and the fire was so strong that the aroma of barbecued meat wafted out. The siblings, Sui Feng and Sui Qing, were staring at each other, their blue eyes flashing with starlight. No one knew what they were doing. Dao Heaven was making ice sculptures and figurines with Shuang. They heard that Shuang was planning to change the shape of the derivative formed by her psychic energy, and no one knew if there was any deeper meaning behind it. That girl, Ji Shuyan, kept staring at Maple as she fiddled with the magic circles. They did not know why this girl would have an unclear obsession with someone she had forgotten. It was very mysterious, but she could not explain it herself, so they could only suppress their curiosity. Although everyone had reached the stage where they were supposed to wait for time to pass, it didn't mean that they had nothing to do. Anyway, they were all busy, as usual. For the time being, they didn't have to care about the time or think too much about it. In short, they just had to keep moving forward. This time, everyone maintained a sober state. Even if time passed for a long time, it wouldn't be too boring. Ah, since Maple wasn't here, let him say it. Let the time here fall into a frenzied vortex and fly by quickly. Then struggle with all your might. Even if it would be meaningless. Time slowly fell in the vibration of minutes and seconds. It was said that if one calmed down for a long time, one could hear the sound of time passing. But he felt that this was a lie because he had never heard it at all. Course, it might also be because he hadn't really calmed down. His mind and soul had always been in a state of restlessness. He couldn't possibly say, well, actually I'm very calm to himself. That was simply a lie. It was just like how we and the others thought that he would never rest and would only torture himself to death. The more tired he was, the harder he would torture himself. The harder he was, the more tired he would be. Gradually, he would torture himself to death. He felt that it was very necessary for him to make a statement. He didn't die from overwork. At most, he had fainted many times. Well, this long period of time had passed, and they had been in a very normal activity. There was no change. Those who were rushing through the void had been rushing, and those who were causing trouble would occasionally take a break and come over to chat and drink tea. As for him, he seemed to have been forced to calm down a little more during this period of time. But the problem was not particularly big. He just had to endure for a while more, just a while. It would be soon, really soon. Damn it, soon. Do you know how many times I have heard you say soon over the years? Hui rolled his eyes at him, poking his face with his hand and scolding. There is a limit to what you can do. You have to admit that even if you are an energy life form, even if you are a creation of Yuan Chu, there is a limit. The limit is used to remind you that if you continue to persist, you will either die or be injured. Why are you so stubborn? Yun Nuoxing's face was indifferent as he tilted his head and dodged his finger. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Soon. Hui narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Looking at him, who was so transparent that he was about to become one with the space, the energy particles manifesting and floating in his transparent body, and the snowflakes passing through his body, Hui could not help but grit his teeth. Are you going to die soon? That will be soon too. Yun Nuoxing nodded indifferently and admitted. Huey's face twitched twice as he rolled his eyes and sighed. This guy, his energy body had already collapsed, and he was now in a pure energy state. His body did not exist, and his body was just a mass of energy, swaying around like a ghost. He had endured to this extent, and yet he still did not let go of himself. Speaking of which, you have endured for 6 eras, right? To be precise, it has been 5.5 eras. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and saw Huey's gloomy appearance, sighing one breath after another. He also felt very helpless. To force Hui into such a state, it seemed that his current state had reached a level that made them tremble in fear. However, there was still a while, and then, well, he did not know how long it would take. In the concept-level space, the energy storm raged, and energy particles of various colors floated between heaven and earth. The 5-colored energy particles and the crimson and pink energy particles floated and circled together, passing by them. He stretched out his hand and released a weak suction force from his palm, pulling the energy particles into his palm and rubbing them between his fingers. In his line of sight, on the left and right of the ice field, there were 2 energy storms that were not particularly large in scale. The 5-colored energy storm on the left was caused by Siyu, and the flame storm on the right was caused by Qing Huang. These 2 storms were tossing and turning, and Shuang, who was sitting on the ring of frost descent, could not bear it. She could only carefully separate the 2 storms, and did not dare to exert full force to suppress them. Throw a shield up there, Shuang is trapped and can't use her power. Yun Nuoxing raised her hand and patted Huey's shoulder. These 2 girls are also very interesting. They actually broke through at the same time. How could the timing be so perfect? Hui groaned, took out a shield and threw it to Shuang to help her share some of the pressure. Did you carefully adjust it? Adjust what? It's just a matter of time. CU was actually slower by about a month, but the two of them just happened to cause the final impact at the same time. Well, I didn't expect that the two of them could cause such a strong impact. The feeling that the two girls gave me when they broke through without making any noise made me think that the others would also break through without making any noise. Now it seems that it should be due to the influence of the source energy. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Since the last time Siyu and Qing Huang broke through the seal together, she knew that the two girls would break through at the same time next time. Time, a lot of time had passed in the blink of an eye. Sigh, I feel weird. Hui mumbled and scratched his head. We should be faster. Why are these two girls the first to reach the higher level? Is it really because you were next to them for too long? That caused the seal to be worn down for a long time? That's why the two girls caught up. That's one reason. The other reason is because it's just right. Yun Nuoxing gently stroked the wings of the little angel, who was sleeping on her shoulder. Siyu and Qing Huang went from the middle level of the premier to the top level after the seal dissipated this time. This time, they will be blocked by the seal when they break through to the higher level. As for you guys, after the seal was lifted this time, you can still go a few more steps forward. It's actually almost the same as before and after, just half of the seal's time difference. In the end, you guys are still a little ahead. So, how long will the seal last this time? Hui was gnawing on the plate with a gloomy face. Hearing this, he put the plate on the table, closed his eyes and looked at it for a while. A few more years, not too long. Sigh, I didn't expect the seal to be so long. Half an era will pass just like that. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him while drinking tea, and then turned to look at the two energy storms in the sky. At the beginning of the 57th era, the Void Frontline was about to welcome the second and third premier. At the same time, it was also a sign that the Void Frontline was about to enter another stage, a node. The higher-ups would step into the higher level one by one in the following time, and the whole stage should last for tens of thousands of years. Half an era's seal. Hui counted with his fingers. If the time is just right, we will get through 2 more rounds of the seal, and it will be the 58th era. Then, we can take 2 more steps forward. Do you think we can reach the 8th level of heaven by then? I hope so. But I'm not sure about the actual situation. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, and her hand that was stroking the wings paused slightly. But, this girl should be able to. Ming? Ah yes. She is about to break the seal. She has been sticking to you longer than anyone else. I guess she will break the seal before us this time. Hui sighed as he spoke. He looked at the little angel and Maple who were sticking together. He glanced at the former who had fallen asleep and could not help but say, why did she fall asleep again during this time? Now, it seems that only her instinct to stick to you is still in effect. Is she not in charge of anything else? Yun Nuoxing looked at Hui helplessly. She patted the girl's head and sighed. One is to prevent me from suddenly disappearing. After all, I look like this. Hui rolled his eyes. Since you know that you look like this, why don't you go back to the factory for a round of major repairs? Hold on for a while longer. Soon, it's really soon. Cough cough, there's another reason. Yun Nuoxing bitterly smiled after being looked at by Hui with a disgusted expression for a while. He narrowed one of his eyes and muttered, her seal has actually been broken. Hui! What? You can't change the result no matter how loud you shout. Seeing Hui jumping up and somersaulting on the ice, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She shrugged and said, since a quarter of an era ago, this girl has been in a state of half-fusion with my soul to prevent me from suddenly disappearing. So the seal. You know. Huey's mouth trembled for a while. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then he picked up the chair and looked at the little angel with reluctance and helplessness. He could not help but sigh. Sigh, you are better than me. I have been sitting with you all the time. Why does the effect seem to be worse? How can the fusion of souls be the same? Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. She stroked the silver-white hair of the little angel and looked at him softly. It's like she carries my obsession. The obsession born because I can't break through the Yuanshu realm. The obsession is growing because I want to break through the Yuanshu realm. Maybe after I have mastered the power of will that Luo Ying gave me, this part of the obsession also affected her through the soul. Huey's mouth trembled for a while. After a while, he let out a long breath. After all, she is half of your soul. Huh. Oh, by the way, if there is no accident, Shuang will break through the higher level first in the next 100 years, so the first 1, 2, 3, 4 people who break through the higher level are all your sisters. Hui grimaced and stared at him unwillingly. Feng, help me speed up. I want it too. Damn it. Don't be coy. I will beat you up. Yun Nuashing shuddered and had goosebumps. She rubbed her arms and stared at him unhappily. I asked you to stay in my soul for a few years. You said you didn't want to go. Now you blame me? Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. That's your family area. It's embarrassing. It's weird. That's it. So you can't blame me for not speeding you up. The external acceleration is only to this extent. It can't be any faster. Ouch! Hui sighed sadly and glanced at him. Then your soul is now, there's no space. Yun Nuashing shrugged and looked at the angel girl. She needs it. She is also hanging on for me. Oh, Hui took a sip of tea gloomily. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He stared at him. What? What did you just say? She was still in your soul when she broke through the Yuanshu realm? She is still hanging on for you? Damn it. There are 2 or 3 points to complain about, but I don't know where to start. You can do whatever you want. Yun Nuashing turned and gave him a calm expression. First, it won't affect her breaking through the Yuanshu realm. Second, she can use my soul to speed her up. There's nothing wrong with it. By the way, I haven't broken through for a long time. Let me experience what it feels like again. This. Huey's face twitched. Then spit out the other one. You are hanging on for life. Hurry up and go back to the factory for major repairs. Soon. Wait a little longer. No. You? What are you waiting for? Is it worth it for you to hang on for so long? Hui grabbed his shoulder with a pained expression. You are really fading. You are about to collapse from the inside out. If she doesn't hang on for you, you will really lose your underwear. Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded but still repeated the sentence. Wait a little longer. Give me a little more time. So, what are you waiting for? Hui took a deep breath. He was amused. He knew that Maple was stubborn, but he didn't expect him to be this stubborn. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while. He put down the teacup and whispered, The source of the destructive energy is approaching the end of 95%, and the threshold of the origin domain. I seem to be 100 million points away from touching it. Just 100 million points, 100 million points. Huey's hand holding the teapot stiffened. He turned and stared at him, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 2068. Course, he could also put it in another way. Sometimes, he was worried that once he put something down, even if it was only temporarily, he would feel that something was wrong when he brought it up again. He had a lot of similar experiences, which was why he could say that. After discussing something with Hui that night, he would wake up the next day and cancel it as if he had gone crazy. He had to put it aside for a few days or even a few years before taking action. God knows what happened to his brain after that night. So, he insisted on finishing things in one go. At present, he was in good condition. His brain could still move and his thoughts were clear. Unfortunately, the condition of his soul was not good. It required a lot of energy to deal with the origin energy and things related to it. It was like treating oneself as a river with a constant source of water that washed away for a long time. It seemed like it would never end, but there would always be some changes in the water and the river course. Perhaps the sand would be washed away, or perhaps the stones would be washed away. Over time, the river course would be widened 1 year. Just like now, the flow of soul and energy had never stopped, but the river course had become a little strange. That was another effect of the long-term consumption of energy, a change brought about by the continuous accumulation of the soul's fatigue. But as he had just said, if some things were delayed, he might not be able to find the original direction. The deviation of his thoughts and the slippage of his thoughts only needed a moment. Of course, it could also be corrected in an instant. These things were unpredictable. God knew what would happen if he continued to sleep. It was true that his condition would improve, but it was hard to guarantee that his thoughts would not change because of this. So, it was more important to grab hold of the current thoughts and move forward than to roll into bed and rest immediately. Rest could wait until he solved the most important things, or until his thoughts reached the end. The transformation of the origin energy is different at every stage. But the small differences before 90% can be ignored. The small differences will not affect the advancement of the current path. Just treat it like a stone on the road. You can jump or kick it. But the path after 90% is a little difficult. You see, after I stepped into the 90% threshold, my speed suddenly dropped. Half an era has passed, and I know it when I haven't gone far, Yun Nuoshing explained indifferently. Oh. After all, it's the last part of the journey. Huey's expression was still a little sluggish. He poured a cup of tea and washed his face. The cold wind made him shiver and sober up. He couldn't help but ask, "Let me ask you again. Do you only have about 95% of your destruction energy, or is all of your origin energy close to this threshold?" "What are you thinking about?" "Of course, it's just the energy of destruction. Don't you feel that the speed has dropped even more? That's indeed half an era and you haven't even taken half a step out. That's a little ridiculous. Last time, when I heard you say that you were 90% complete, I thought that you would be able to reach perfection before you set off for the netherworld." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. "Unfortunately, that's impossible. Let's not talk about all of it. I would be overjoyed if the destruction energy could reach perfection. I can even say that it's for the sake of origin and order. After 90%, the path becomes very strange. I'm just fumbling forward now. The method I told you before has changed at this stage. It has become limited. We thought for a while and whispered, we're following your guidance now. Play with the origin energy and order well, then use them to transform the origin of structure and the origin of soul. After that, we'll start to transform the origin of energy. Then, we'll go back to the first step and keep going. Which part of you has changed?" "Everything has changed." Yun Nuoshing sighed. She hugged the wings of the little angel in her arms. Her pretty face was full of depression. "I don't know how to say it. Actually, I haven't walked very clearly. I'm just moving forward subconsciously based on my intuition. I'm still fumbling. Now I still need to deal with the origin sigil and the power of will." Huey's hand, which was holding his chin, slipped. He looked at Maple in a daze. Seeing Maple's serious expression, Huey's mouth trembled. "Huh!" In short, we now know that the path after 90% requires the use of the origin sigil and the power of will. The origin sigil is engraved on the soul and the origin of soul. When the soul adapts to the changes brought by the origin sigil can be engraved on the origin of structure and order. The power of will is used to activate the last layer of power of the origin energy. It's a big threshold. I've fallen here hundreds of millions of times. My head is swollen. Yun Nuoshing sighed. She held the tea to her mouth and sighed. She felt that she was not in the mood to drink tea. She put the tea back. "I haven't figured out the situation of these two new things yet. In short, these two new things have been added to the progress. Other than that, we still need to follow the original step. But, at this point, can you tell which step is first and which step is later?" Anyway, it's not the original order anymore. Hui shook his head hard. He shrugged. I haven't figured it out either. Now I'm just trying step by step. If I make a mistake, I'll go back to square one. After so long, I've found that there's actually no pattern. The steps are completely messed up. Of course, there may be some higher level pattern that we can't find. A complete inheritance of the origin energy is an entire world. Phew, now I finally understand what this means. This method is not as simple as tormenting an entire world. It requires one to personally shape every corner of the world, every inch of land. And it can't be done with a big stroke of the pen. This side is all mountains, this side is all water, and the other side is either flowers or grass. Can't be done, it can't be done at all. The energy consumed is making my soul tremble. In other words, he was not going to borrow the power of the natural laws, but instead rely on his own hands to create a complete and prosperous world. Ugh, just hearing this was enough to make his liver tremble. This was not something a human could do. No, not even a higher life form could do it. In any case, they created a world by adjusting the power of the void, and then using the power of the natural laws to create the world. How could they complete every step and every detail by themselves from start to finish? Did they have to make balls or small people with their bare hands? Well, he finally understood why Maple's condition had taken a turn for the worse during this period of time, half an era. It was because his energy consumption had increased exponentially. What was originally a stream in the forest had been forcibly expanded into a long river that was 10,000 zhang wide. It was impossible for him not to change at all. A complete inheritance of the origin energy is a complete world. Hui held the teacup, suddenly sweating and swallowing. Then wouldn't your 146 types be? Yun Nuoshing's face trembled for a while. When she was about to say something, Hui fell into another thought. He touched his chin and muttered, "That's not right. You already have the experience of dealing with it, so you only need to use the same method to deal with it. So it's just difficult at the beginning. After this journey it'll be very— What are you thinking about? How can it be so simple?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at him and sighed. "Do you still remember what I said before about crawling and groping at the same time? It's the process of dealing with 196 types of origin energy without anyone's guidance. Let's talk about the 146 types now. Each type of origin energy needs a different way of dealing with it. Before reaching the threshold of 90%, they can be summed up into 5 or 6 common paths. Although the speed of dealing with each type of origin energy is different, it's still okay. For a complicated task like mine, the common way of dealing with it is more convenient. After all, the difference in speed is not too big. But, after crossing the threshold, it really becomes 146 paths. Each path goes its own way and does not connect with each other. I use the method of dealing with the destruction energy to test the other types of origin energy. I found that only 12 types of origin energy can be started, and they have to be stuck not long after they start. From the moment they get stuck, they have to be adjusted immediately. And this is just the beginning of the test. Hui saw that his old friend was exhausted and anxious. He quickly patted him on the back carefully and said softly, don't worry. Take a deep breath. Don't be agitated. Don't be impulsive. You are now a patient. Stay calm. Recite, everything is fine, nothing is urgent." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and sighed faintly. "I'm not in a hurry. I haven't been in a hurry all the way here. I'm not going to get anxious just because I said a few words. I'm just really tired. I'm so tired that I want to lie down, but I can't lie down. Phew, if I lie down this time, a lot of things may be cleared in my mind. By then, I won't know what I was thinking and doing before I fell asleep. These things can't be explained simply by leaving a few words. Even if I leave the most important information, my thoughts will be different because of the different states before and after I wake up. What if what I'm thinking is wrong at this moment? And then I have to spend a lot of time thinking again? What if I can't remember the original state? Hui was speechless. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He could only make a distressed sound. This is just the matter of the energy of destruction. There's still the origin domain. I've just touched this thing. It's not the beginning. It seems that I've just accumulated a little feeling. I don't even have an official beginning. Now that I'm lying down, I feel that this kind of illusory thing. Who knows when I can explain it clearly and when I can't? Yun Nuoshing sighed helplessly. She shook the cup on the table with a helpless and depressed face. So, give me a little more time. When I reach a point where I can stop temporarily, I'll go and rest for a while. Hui sighed and looked at him faintly. I don't think you'll really stop obediently. Once you've passed a point, there's still the next one. You've just started the origin domain. Maybe you'll continue to run forward and not look back because it feels good or the state is just right. I know you too well. You've done this kind of thing many times before. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. He rubbed his eyebrows and cheeks and sighed. It's different this time. This time I'm really going to lie down because... He lowered his head slightly and raised his hand. He looked at his almost completely transparent arm and almost completely transparent body. Energy particles kept appearing and disappearing in his body. They were restless as if they wanted to jump out of his body. Because I've reached the limit of the limit. There's still some time left. If I still can't stand on this stage when the limit is right in front of me, I can only force myself to stop first. If I continue to endure until the limit is reached, I'll be in a state of moderate collapse. The loss outweighs the gain. Hui squinted at him and laughed dryly. It's good that you know. Since you know, I won't be long-winded. Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked up at the sky. The energy storm caused by Siyu and Qing Huang was subsiding little by little. Seeing this, Shuang Shuang also reduced her power to avoid affecting them. After about 10 minutes, the storm they caused was officially annihilated. Only 2 massive energy clusters remained in the center of the storm. Those were the energies released by the 2 of them after they broke through the realm. They were still slowly converging. Successful breakthrough. The front line of the void has 2 more high-level premier. Hui also looked at the sky. Looking at the 2 clusters of energy that were slowly converging, he could not help but praise. Their aura is no longer restrained. The original shackles in all aspects seem to have been broken. Is it because of the origin energy? There may not be much difference when an ordinary high-level premier breaks through the realm. Stepping into the high level is the symbol of crossing the threshold of the upper 3 realms. It will usher in another change and sublimation. For the inheritors, it also means that the shackles of the origin energy, the origin law, and so on will be unshackled and can be further improved. Well, although the origin law can't replace the structure law with the structure law for the time being, they can only carefully cover the structure law and the structure law with a layer. Yun Nuoshing said calmly. In short, the path is wider. Stepping into the high-level threshold, there are more things to do. Only when you reach this level can you fully understand the power of the origin energy. That's what they said. Ugh, they are going to eat books again. We immediately put on an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry. His heart trembled when the topic of eating books was mentioned. Siyu and Qing Huang took a few minutes to converge their energy. They roughly looked at their own situation, stretched and could not wait to land here with Shuang Shuang. Oh, it's over smoothly. You have broken through to the high level. Congratulations. Hui raised his hand to greet Siyu and Little Phoenix. Yun Nuoshing also looked at them and sighed with a smile. It's not easy. Well done. What? Shouldn't I be more excited? Siyu seemed to be dissatisfied with this answer. She moved closer to him, put her arms around his neck, and pouted at him. You can say a few more words. You and I have known each other for almost 6 eras. It's not like you don't know that I'm not good with words, let alone praise. Yun Nuoshing pinched the girl's nose and looked at Qing Huang, who had moved 3 chairs to sit beside him. He reached out and patted her head. In short, well done. Qing Huang stuck her tongue out at him, full of joy. TSK, not fun. Seeing that she could not squeeze a sentence out of Little Star's mouth, Siyu pouted and sat on Qing Huang's shoulder. She could not help but mutter, anyway, it's just a high-level premiere. It's nothing to Little Star, right? How is that possible? Yun Nuoshing looked at them with a bitter smile. High-level premiere. That's a power that I can only reach if I don't use my sea of energy. Wait a minute. Based on the current situation of origin energy, I might be able to use my origin form. I should be able to save my rule, order, and energy form. Of course, if I don't save it, I'll be able to fight more freely. Hui turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water. Black lines appeared on his face. You? TSK, no wonder Suifeng and the others said that if you reach high level, you can single-handedly overturn the entire netherworld. With your current situation, once you reach high level, no one other than the chaos concept body will be able to suppress you. But I haven't reached high level yet. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and patted Qing Huang's head. He smiled and said, moreover, if Qing Huang uses her rule, order, and energy form, I might not be able to defeat her, unless I use this form of energy as well. As he spoke, he became a little worried and covered his face. Oh, I'm going to be pulled away from you guys. That's not good. I have to work harder. Hui and the others were speechless. Pull away? Didn't they just say that without using their sea of energy, they could reach high-level Premier's power by doing this and that? If they used all their trump cards and switched to pseudo-high-level Premier, wouldn't they be able to single-handedly overturn the Void frontline? We couldn't help but complain. I think you can single-handedly overturn the netherworld. How is that possible? Yun Nuoshing was startled for a moment before shaking her head with a bitter smile. Let's put aside the primordial chaos concept body for now. It is very difficult to deal with the peak primordial origin of the underworld. At the very least, the Lord of the Underworld is a peak primordial origin of rank 7 in the 9th layer of heaven. If he receives the favor of the primordial chaos concept body, he might reach rank 8. I have not thought of how to deal with this thing yet. 7 or 8 cycles of the 9 heavens of Yuanshi. We felt a headache coming on. Siyu and Qing Huang couldn't help but fall silent. The joy of advancing to the higher levels of the Yuanshi realm was immediately extinguished by this blow. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They knew what each other was thinking. There's still time. We can talk about how to deal with them later. There's no need to discuss it now. It's still early. There's still time. Yun Nuoshing gently stroked the wings of the little angel. She suddenly looked at Shuang and said softly, when Shuang reaches the advanced level, we can officially start working on the attack system that we talked about before. Hui was stunned for a moment and said, I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. Shuang pointed at herself and asked, Am I also part of it? I said it directly back then. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched and she laughed dryly. Do you have any other ideas? If it's me, I'll. Shuang quickly shook her head and said, No. Maybe it's been too long and I forgot. After all, Little Star said that she would put this matter aside and forget about it. Oh, that's right. After all, the conditions were not right. You were all busy, so you didn't continue to talk about it. Yun Nuoshing slapped his forehead and said, Just in time, Shuang's time is almost up. I'll take this opportunity to say something. I've thought of 3 more specific plans in this half an era. Blue Phoenix, your plan is a separate one because you're the one carrying the Nethervoid sword. Xiao Yu and Shuang will be in charge of energy attacks. I've specifically listed the 3 plans for you too. Listen and think about which one is more convenient and straightforward. Shuang and Siyu nodded. They rubbed their ears and took a deep breath. They stared at him attentively, indicating that they were all ears. You don't have to be so serious. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. He cleared his throat and said, "The first plan, I'll give you a bunch of special energy towers. You can use the special energy towers to deal with that period. The second plan, see you, do you still remember your pure energy weapon? I plan to borrow part of the characteristics of the first-generation creation core to give you a more advanced one. As for Shuang, you don't need anything else since you already have the Ring of Frost Descent and the Ice Lotus. I guess you don't have anything more advanced than that. I'm just arranging it for you to use during this period. The third plan, do you want to learn magic circles? With your nature and characteristics, controlling a magic circle shouldn't be a problem. You just need to spare some time to learn magic circles. To be honest, it's quite time-consuming. The only thing the three plans have in common is that during this period, the pressure on you will increase. After all, I'm forcing you into my attack rhythm. It may not be easy to adapt to my rhythm, but other than the increase in pressure, there's nothing else." Yun Nuoshing finished and coughed dryly. "That's it. Why don't you two discuss it? Or if you think there's a better plan, let me know." Seeing that Siyu and Shuang immediately went to the side to discuss, Huey's face twitched as he looked at Maple. "You're really willing to torture your own sisters, bringing them into your attack rhythm and whatnot. Do you know that anyone would be afraid of your attack rhythm? Only the heavenly god of origin and the primal chaos concept body would be able to calm down after seeing this. The latter would even be able to fight you while nagging." Yun Nuoshing was about to speak when Blue Phoenix explained to Hui first. "It's okay. This is our own choice. Naturally, we have to do our best. Little Star is right. If there's a chance that he can't control the situation, there has to be another suppression system to help him control the situation. We can't just rely on Little Star, can we?" "Well, you're right." Huey's mouth twitched. "I just want to say that because everyone has their own attack style and battle rhythm. Forcing yourself to change into Maple's state of extreme eruption is indeed very powerful, but at the same time, it will also put a lot of burden on yourself. You have to be prepared in all aspects." "Okay." Feng Qinghuang smiled and turned to Little Star. She held his hand and said, "I've already been prepared to face everything with Little Star. I've already made all the preparations before I chose law, order, energy form." Yun Nuoshing's face turned red. She mumbled and pinched Blue Phoenix's cheek. "What are you talking about, really? Don't put dog food in my mouth. I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it." Hui was so anxious that he did a backflip and retreated a few meters on the ice. He pointed at them and bared his teeth, scolding them. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him and ignored the wacky guardian. She looked at Blue Phoenix and said, "We've already fulfilled the prerequisites. Blue Phoenix, do you want to learn the 3 styles of nothingness?" "Wow. You." Hui was shocked. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at a certain guardian, telling him to shut up. He then continued to look at Blue Phoenix and coughed dryly. "It will consume a lot of energy, so when the time comes, I might have to make some changes to the world light in your soul." You can refuse, but it's fine. This form of power is actually enough. Because you also have 2 different types of power of order, that's why I brought this up. If the conditions are met, you can release the origin of chaos. 2 different types of order energy? Hui came back with a puzzled look on his face. Feng Qinghuang also tilted her head curiously. The power of the Dark Phoenix form and the power of the normal form. The 2 types of order energy are exactly opposite. So, they're suitable. Yun Nuoshing nodded. When I was exploring the origin of chaos, I also used the normal power and the element of annihilation to find it. Of course, the origin of chaos now uses the origin energy and the annihilation energy. The degree is completely different. You're using 2 types of order energy to release it. The burden and pressure you'll face will be much smaller than when I release it. But it'll still be more burdensome than when you use any other power. So, teach me. Feng Qinghuang nodded. So, that's straightforward. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and looked straight into Blue Phoenix's pink eyes. After making sure that Blue Phoenix had thought about it carefully, she nodded. Let me sort it out. I'll throw it to you later. Wait a minute. Little star. We've thought about it too. Just as she finished talking to Blue Phoenix, Siyu and Shuang came back hand in hand and sat down side by side. The two girls looked at each other. Siyu spoke first. I choose the first and the second. Shuang raised her hand and made a 3 sign. 2 and 3 are not bad. Yun Nuoxing said, I'm asking you to choose one. Huey's face was twitching. He poured the tea so hard that the tea was overflowing. Oh my God, Feng, look at what you've done. The 3 girls are just like you. Look at how they've been influenced by you. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She covered her face and said, 2 is fine. Are you sure? Yes. Seeing Siyu and Shuang nodding, Yun Nuoxing was sure that they had thought about it carefully. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She had led herself astray. All right. Let me prepare for a while. When she was preparing, she suddenly raised her head and covered her face. Damn it. I didn't expect that there would be a time when I could pass on my knowledge. Although I've only passed on 2 or 3 parts of my knowledge, I've passed them on. It's a miracle. Huey's face was twitching. He forced a smile and said, You even have to pick out the parts for sale. You even have to split them into 3 parts. Do you expect to find someone in the void to pass on your knowledge? Forget it then. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Based on my family's, that girl's situation, she has waited for more than 300 eras and finally caught me. She even caught a special situation. Using this situation to divide. Ugh, I don't want to wait for hundreds of eras. So, I'd better give up on this idea. Besides, I really didn't have this idea from the beginning. It's so troublesome to teach someone. Hui and the 3 girls couldn't help but laugh. Their lineage was passed down to only one person. There was a long gap between each generation. They didn't know how long it would take to find a successor. Whether they could find one or not depended purely on luck. They should just look after their own people and stop looking. Chapter 2069. The Peak of Yuanshi. What's the situation on the last part of the journey? When Suifeng and the others heard that there were 2 more high-level primeval, they hurried over to the ice field and the conch house manor. Before they could even stand still, Maple threw a representative and frightening topic at them that made them speechless. Well, in any case, he still gave little brother Feng's family's 2 newly advanced primeval girls some fireworks and blessings. Then, he tossed Sis and little She over to let the girls talk among themselves. He and Mang Lei went to deal with little brother Feng. Wow, I haven't seen this guy for a while. How did he become so transparent? He was so transparent that he could turn into starlight and shine on the world. When they were mentally prepared, they sat down in front of Feng and listened to him tell them the specific situation. Then, they turned into statues on the spot. The only thing left in their minds was the words, 95% chance of reaching the door. Their eyes were dull and they didn't know what to do. Well, their brains couldn't work and they were about to suffocate. Their high blood pressure was cured. As expected, Feng's ability to create big news depended on him. The fact that he started the last part of the journey without saying anything really scared them. Brother Lei scratched his head. Feng, you've already reached this level. Why are you still asking us? Well, it's just, you've spent more time with the heavenly god of origin and the others, so it's normal that you know something that I don't. Besides, based on your standards and theirs, the origin system is like a family, right? There's nothing to worry about when a family member asks something. After all, you became inheritors more than 20 eras earlier than me. You're my seniors. Yun Nuashing opened a book that she had read several times on the wings of the little angel. She turned to Suifeng and the others. So, can you show me the way? Well. Suifeng bent over and placed his elbows on his thighs. He rubbed his hands together and looked serious as he recalled, the gods never told our system about the path to the pinnacle. After all, it's the final checkpoint of the path. It was still too early for us back then. If they told us about it too early, we would probably just brush it off like a gust of wind. So, we only heard bits and pieces about it, and it wasn't anything useful. On the other hand, Sister Luo Ying and Big Brother AI did tell us about the path, but it was just a little bit. But since you're about to reach the last part of the journey, why didn't you tell us until now? Yun Nuashing raised her head, and a drop of cold sweat slid down her face. I mean, I'm used to figuring things out on my own. Plus, you guys weren't in front of me at that time. My brain was busy dealing with these two troublesome matters, so I didn't think about it. Can this excuse fool you? Suifeng and Brother Lei were speechless. This was purely a subconscious action and the right situation. Brother Feng, who was dealing with the mess of the origin, was in a state of mental decline. They all knew that. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and shook off the cold sweat on her face. What did Luo Ying and the others say? Try to create a world. When you have a whole world and constantly look at it, you may be able to see the imperfections in the corners. You have to know that perfection is a very one-sided view of everything in the world. So, don't talk nonsense. Brother Lei rubbed his chin and said, That's what Brother AI said, although I don't know what it means. Oh, I like that. Yun Nuashing nodded vigorously. Sister Luo Ying's original words were, Just rely on your feelings. If you really can't figure it out, you can try to give it control. Maybe it will tell you what to do next. This sentence also applies to you at this moment. The earlier you get used to it, the less you have to figure it out. Well, that's the gist of it. Suifeng held his chin and muttered, On the surface, it's like that. But according to our understanding, it's definitely not like that. There must be some kind of cognitive gap in some details. There must be some kind of deeper meaning that we don't know. Only Sister Luo Ying can understand it. If we really want to talk about it, it's actually a new path that requires a lot of effort to figure out. It's hard to see the result without putting in a lot of effort. These two sentences were quite simple. AI Hongyun's words reminded him of a more unique way to advance in the first few realms of the rebirth state. It was to create a small world. Although the situation at the beginning was very different from the situation at the end of the Yuanshi state, there must be a lot of differences in details. But he could not pinpoint the specific differences. He would only know after he tried it. As for what Luo Ying said, it was really a very casual way to deal with it. If he could not deal with it himself, he would turn around and let the origin energy do it himself. At first glance, it sounded like a method, but how to make it do it himself was a problem. The origin energy essence that quarreled with him had not come out for a long time. Perhaps it felt that everything was fine, so it did not want to come out for a walk. In short, there was no need to delve into this topic now. It was useless to delve into it. This part of the information would not be of use in a short period of time. After a while they would forget about it. Moreover, at that time, they did not know that they would be so far away from each other in the future. Otherwise, they would have said everything directly. No matter when it would come in handy, it would be a waste of time to talk about it. Anyway, at that time, they did not know that they would be so far away from each other in the future, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Otherwise, they would have said everything directly. No matter when it would come in handy, it would be a waste of time to talk about it. Anyway, at that time, they did not know that they would be so far away in the future, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Anyway, everyone's situation was different, and the way to deal with it would definitely be different. Just like how different origin energy dealt with the last obstacle, The method that Ai Hongyun and Luo Ying found might only work for their origin energy. He did not want to take the risk of changing his path halfway. If he wanted to change his path, he could experiment with other origin energy. Or, he could wait until he stabilized at 95% and try another method before moving on. As for why he suddenly brought this up, he looked up at Siyu and Qing Huang. He lowered his head and flipped through the book that he was not in the mood to read. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. He did not have much time left. After helping Siyu and Qing Huang with those things, he felt that his remaining time had decreased by a lot. He did not have the time to make the pure energy weapon for Siyu. So, when he saw Suifeng and Qing Huang coming over, he remembered that he could ask them about the situation, so he immediately brought up the topic. The answer that he got confused him. After Suifeng and old brother Lei finished speaking, they saw that little brother Feng didn't move. They looked at him and saw him casually flipping through the book in his hand with his head down. His eyes were on the ice. It was clear that he wasn't in the mood to read. He was in a mental state. They didn't know if what they said had given little brother Feng inspiration or even more trouble. Feng? Suifeng tried to call out to him. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing suppressed his wanton emotions and raised his head to look at them. Nothing. I just wanted to see if you have any clues. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yun Nuoxing shook his head lightly. The simple words they said may be the core of it, but it is very likely to be an answer that corresponds to their own situation. It may not be useful to deal with my own situation. Sigh, those guys really thought too highly of him. They said that since he had walked so hard in the beginning, he should be able to do it later. But now, he was stuck in the middle of the road again. Even though he knew that they probably couldn't provide any more help, but, he was just a little annoyed. This kind of vague feeling of not being able to ask for help. Leaving aside the origin energy, the origin domain. The conditions were already complete. It was complete a long time ago. Why was it just a little bit short? It was just a little bit short. What did it mean? It was just a little bit short. It was the kind of feeling that one could see but not touch. It made one unable to stop. It was a strange feeling. It was like threading a needle and the end of the thread would either diverge or not go in no matter what. It made one anxious, and their heart would beat wildly. I can't stand it. Yun Nuoxing closed the book in his hand and threw it back onto the pile of books on the ice surface. He stood up abruptly with the little angel in his arms. His movement was so loud that everyone turned to look at him carefully. After a while, they saw him sitting down in a daze. 2 minutes later, he suddenly stood up again and walked around the ice surface with the little angel in his arms, circling around the manor. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing. After watching him circle around the manor twice, we finally couldn't help but say, Feng, stop circling around. The starlight on you has dimmed. Yun Nuoxing said with a bad and anxious mood as if he had been beaten up, I'm distracted. Don't worry about me. Let me circle for a while. Just a few 100 million dots. Just a few 100 million dots. Huey's face twitched as he watched Feng walk around the manor for the third time. He turned to Suifeng and asked, What did you say just now? Wasn't he fine just now? Why does he look like he wants to break the void of order into pieces now? Well, the path to the peak of Yuanshi. Suifeng spread his hands and said, I didn't say anything superfluous, really. Besides, Feng just said that he might not be able to do anything when he's in a daze. He just said that he might not be able to do anything. Why did he suddenly? I don't know. Seeing his sister looking at him with a puzzled look, he had to quickly explain what they had just said to Feng. Look, there's nothing strange, right? No. It's nothing strange for us, but for Feng. Huey's face kept twitching. He turned to look at Feng as he circled the manor for the fourth time. He couldn't help but say, For Feng, who has activated the mode of drilling through the south wall and the void, every piece of information that might be useful is strange. I don't know when was the last time Feng was so conflicted. Brother Lei snapped his fingers and said, "The last time you forced him to get married." Thud. As soon as his voice trailed off, an observer who was circling the manor for the 5th time fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless. This guy really touched a sore spot, and it was the one that shouldn't be touched. Although what he said was the answer. The last time an observer was conflicted was when he was forced to get married by a guardian half a century ago. Blue Phoenix and Shuang Shuang hurriedly ran over and pulled up little Xingxing and little Angel, who were paralyzed on the ground and didn't seem to have any intention of moving. They dragged them back to their chairs. Everyone was shocked when they saw little Xingxing's extremely conflicted and half-dead expression. Without exception, everyone thought that the 2 short sentences had made him lose his train of thought, or that he had let his imagination run wild and made all kinds of bad mistakes. His face looked very bad, and he kept silent with his brows furrowed. They all looked at him with worried eyes. After a while, he said faintly, "I'm fine. I'm just a little uneasy." Little Star thought for a while and whispered, "The difference between the realm and energy of this body is too big. If there's a mistake or you can't move forward, you can. No, it's not this problem. The realm problem does exist, but it's not the main problem. And this problem has almost been solved. It won't affect you much." Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. "In fact, what I encountered is not a problem. It's something else, some kind of reason." "What is it?" "It makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe it's some kind of intuition. Intuition tells me that something is going to happen, something. I'm restless and restless. I can't wait to finish this step, but I know that impatience will only lead me to the wrong path." "Finish? Finish what? What is it? What is it? What is it?" Yun Nuoxing pulled little Angel's wings and covered her face. She looked up and sighed. "Everything was fine just now." "It's strange. Just now everything was," Sui Qing immediately said. "Compared to just now, what changed?" "Nothing? There was nothing they could do. This guy didn't even know what happened to him. How could they know what happened to him? This guy didn't act according to common sense. God knew when he would go crazy. For example, he was fine just now, but for some reason, he became abnormal after a few words. No one could tell. The atmosphere was tense for a while. Everyone spoke softly for fear of disturbing someone who was in endless self-entanglement. They really couldn't help him with the last step of the road to the peak of the premier. They wanted him to go in and ask the honored gods for help, but there seemed to be no way for him to go in. He himself said that it was not a place where he could go as he wished, so they could only give up this whimsical idea. "Feng." We tried to call Feng after a few minutes. The latter lowered his head and muttered without looking up, "Well, I'm still alive. I'm still here. I'm not dead." Everyone was speechless. From what he said, it seemed that he was still alive, but he was definitely going crazy. Well, it seemed that he was gradually calming down and returning to how he was when they first met him. However, the slightly irritated atmosphere that lingered around him had not dissipated. It seemed that he was still in a state of endless worry and struggle, but he had suppressed it a little. After looking at him for a while, they felt that he seemed to have really calmed down. Then, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and did not have to be so nervous. It was a strange feeling. The agitation just now was completely unreasonable. He had been quietly exploring this path for half an era. How could he feel agitated just because he asked a few more questions that seemed to expand his knowledge? It was impossible. Therefore, he must have inexplicably triggered something just now, triggered something strange. Perhaps it was some kind of condition. The condition that was conveyed to him through words was captured by his consciousness and intuition, even though he still did not know what the condition was. If only the girl was awake at this time. She should be able to help him figure out what he had just heard that made his brain cramp. He had been impotent and manic for a long time. Yun Nuoshing raised her hand and looked at her body where the spark was dying out little by little. She narrowed her eyes and slowly focused. Just now, what was it that was mentioned? What Ai Hongyun said? Or what Luo Yin said? Well, it was hard to explain. Feelings were mysterious and abstruse. If the resonance caused by the words had to bypass his own feelings and affect other things in his body before affecting himself, then it would be even more difficult to determine what the situation was. What kind of abstruse situation would it be? Did such a strange condition really exist? Well, let's not talk about that first. Let's think about what I just heard. Ai Hongyun's method was to try to create a world. This should be using various things of the origin to try to create a world, and then observe every moment and every point of the world's development. There would always be imperfections, and so on. It was just like when the first few stages of the rebirth state tried to create a small world and explore the power of rules and so on. He waited quietly for a while and took a deep breath. The agitation in his heart continued to weaken, and he did not feel as impatient as before. It seemed that this was not the reason. Then, it should be the influence of Luo Yin's idea of leaving things to fate? If I can't solve it myself, then I'll hand it over to the origin energy. Well, in fact, he had some doubts about this seemingly random idea. Maybe it was because he had encountered too many problems that he did not believe that such a good thing would happen. Looking at the situation along the way, when did he not grit his teeth and persevere through it? When he closed his eyes and handed over control to the origin energy, he also wanted to be able to do it so easily. You've huffed twice in a short period of time. It seems that you're really in trouble. I see. You're dealing with these two things. An extremely abrupt voice suddenly sounded in his soul, startling him. He could not tell whether it was a male or female voice. This ghostly voice sounded in the depths of his soul. He had not heard it for a long time. Master told me that you might run into trouble at certain points. You might not be able to move forward even after exhausting a huge amount of energy due to the lack of guidance. It seems like you have indeed entered this corner. However, you were able to travel such a long distance in half an era without any guidance. That's really impressive. Lin Dong said with a smile. You're right. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. It seemed that it was indeed the case. He could not help but wonder if the experience of quarreling with his own energy was not unique to him. Perhaps Luo Yin had such an experience as well? After all, she was the one who came up with the idea. However, when did she say it? 20 eras ago. No, it should be the last time in the shattered continent of origins. Originally, this matter was too early for your current condition. However, you completely fulfilled another part of your condition. Now that I've determined that you have met the requirements, please be prepared. In any case, now was not the time to be thinking about other things. If he still did not understand what was going to happen, then his brain should be sent back to the factory for major repairs. Thus, he immediately stopped his wild thoughts and pressed down on his soul and his body. In the next instant, he saw that the origin rune that he had engraved in his soul had all lit up. The destruction runes spread out at an astonishing speed in an instant. It was as if the destruction rune had turned into a rope that was connected to the other 145 runes in his soul. In the next instant, his soul was completely occupied by a red and black light. With a buzzing sound, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was being tortured by the origin energy essence. It was really a splitting headache. The sudden appearance of the massive origin energy reaction startled the people who were drinking tea and chatting. They all jumped up and knocked their chairs and tables over. When they turned around, they saw that a certain person's body was surging with multicolored light. It was as if a long river was spreading out with him as the source. The 146 types of origin energy seemed to have some sort of reaction as they rapidly moved and gathered. The origin runes on his body also lit up one by one like stars, and each rune would eventually connect with the red and black rune. At the intersection of the runes, a gradual change of color kept surging. A strange energy presence with a faint tremor of energy spread out, causing the eyes of the people present to stiffen. Little Brother Feng is unusually tense today. Sui Feng could not help but grumble after watching for a while. His eyes were a little dull. He was so restless just now that he suddenly entered some sort of state. It's so strange that I don't even know what to say. Is he going to be okay? Siyu nervously tugged at Shuang Shuang. Little Star is already very weak. Will he be able to take it if he suddenly enters some sort of strange state? Sui Feng tidied up the tables, chairs, teacups, and teapots that were all over the place. He sat down and thought for a while before saying, he should be fine. Should be? He did not know what kind of state it was, but he knew that it had something to do with the origin energy. In his memory, the first generation of inheritors had all triggered similar state. It was hard to say. He did not know what would happen after the state was triggered, and what kind of state it would become. If he had known earlier, he would have taken a closer look and asked more questions. Sigh, what was with the hindsight? If he had known that he would be locked up as a backup plan. Sigh. Shi Shao walked around Ling twice and carefully approached him. He held his hand and sensed for a while. Then, he gently stepped back without a sound and nodded to everyone. He's in good condition. Don't worry. The origin energy, origin runes, and willpower are all in a highly active state. He should be dealing with something and suddenly entered this state. This is a rare opportunity. Don't disturb him. Just wait and see. Oh, so it's like that. We could only nod. Then he turned to Siyu and Blue Phoenix. We'll take care of things here, don't worry. Maple just taught you those things, and you've just broken through to the high tier. Logically speaking, you should have a lot of things to do. If you're in good condition, you can go and do what you need to do. There's no need to wait for him here. His head is crooked, so it should take some time before he moves. Siyu and Blue Phoenix looked at each other for a while. Then, they stared at Little Star for a while. After confirming that Little Star was fine, Siyu muttered softly, "All right then. I'll leave Little Star to you two. Blue Phoenix and I will go and do some work." After watching the two girls slip away, we could not help but yawn. The two of them went to attend classes again. After reaching the advanced level, they still had to continue to cram in knowledge related to the advanced level. He really did not know how many things the Origin Heavenly God and the others had left behind in a hurry. Half an era had passed, and they still had not completely figured it out. The bottleneck that limited their origin energy had also been removed, which meant that they would be busy for a while. First, it would be them. After a while, there would be Shuang Shuang, and then it would be the rest of them. The time when they were busy reading books seemed to be right in front of them. Their memories were still fresh, and they did not feel that half an era had passed without them noticing. Perhaps they were too busy, and their memories were blurred, turning like a time-spinning top. Soon, they would return to the time when they were reading books. It was really tear-jerking. In other words, this ice field would be lively again after a while. After all, this group of people had broken through the seal at about the same time. Puff! Suddenly, there was a sound like air leaking. Hui, who had just sat down with a sigh of relief, immediately became nervous. He quickly turned his head and saw that the observer, who had just undergone some changes, suddenly spurted out a tongue of fire like the sun, leaving a large mass of rich origin energy in the space beside him. The colorful mass of energy kept rolling. The energy reaction and the volume of the energy kept increasing. Until it was like a balloon that had expanded to the limit, it suddenly burst with a bang. The moment the energy mass burst open, A large number of indecipherable patterns and symbols made of origin god runes burst out from it. In the next second, what was left in everyone's sight were countless complicated portraits made of different origin god runes. They watched as they scattered in an instant and gathered in an instant, burying the observer alive and the little angel. They were a little dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. While they were still in a daze, they suddenly saw a reddish-black ball of light that appeared out of nowhere on top of the portrait hill. But until half a minute ago, they didn't seem to have seen the existence of this thing. Noticing everyone's stunned gazes, the reddish-black ball of light shook a little, and a genderless voice came out. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to worry. The whole process will take 10 to 20 days. Disperse. Everyone. It was the observer's energy that had become a spirit. Not only could it quarrel, but it could also bury him. Chapter 2070. In the blink of an eye, spring had passed and autumn had arrived. Day after day, year after year, the void collapsed and recovered. When it recovered, it would continue to poke holes in it. There was no end to it. Places that were supposed to explode were exploding all day long. Places that were supposed to be busy did not have a relaxing atmosphere. Everything was as usual. For them who lived in the middle of 2 points and 1 line, the more compact and busier the day was, the more packed the schedule was, and the faster time would pass. To their senses, time was indeed speeding up, and it was speeding up to push them forward, completely ignoring their staggering pace, and not worrying that they would fall flat on their faces. After all, they were not the ones in pain, so they could do whatever they wanted. After more than half an era had passed, the order void had become much quieter. Those small-scale internal fights were considered as brawls between hooligans. It was very normal and did not need to be bothered. Fights in small places were inevitable. As long as the world still needed to move forward and progress, and there were still different big ideas coexisting, there would be fight. Those small places did not need to be bothered as it did not affect the big picture. They only needed to stare at the order void, and only needed to know if the big picture was stable or not. They would monitor it and take action when necessary. After all, the feeling of having one's own backyard on fire was indeed very uncomfortable. This was something that everyone in the void front line agreed with. In short, it seemed to be quite stable at the moment. Since the primordial world was gone, the Tianxian world had taken over the task of holding down the order void. Over the years, with the arrangements of the young sector master, the order void was safe and sound. There were no major disturbances and no big or small troubles. They also helped to spread the knowledge of the underworld and the abyss of death mist, so that people who had contact with them could clearly understand what kind of death omen was hanging above the head of the order void. As for whether this had caused any changes in the order void, he was not particularly clear about this and did not specifically investigate. What? Chongyuan boundary and Saint Spirit boundary? Forget it. Those two-faced things. He had removed them from their post but did not blow them up with a blast. It was also because he had stopped Maple with all his might and advised them to take care of themselves. They had certainly been quiet over the years and had no intention of rolling around in their nests like salted fish. Of course, it was also possible that little Qingzi had accidentally slipped past the two-realm gate when he was wandering the void with 18 billion energy towers. Coincidentally, a few hundred energy towers had accidentally gone off fire, causing a commotion that made them completely quiet down. Afterward, little Qingzi had even looked apologetic and personally delivered his most sincere greetings, expressing his concern, even kindly fixing the smoking gate for them when he left. He felt that little Qingzi was sometimes quite naughty. But, well done, it was quite satisfying. Just as they had expected, the higher-ups had stepped into the higher tiers one after another. From now on, the Void Frontline could bring along a group of high-tier primeval whenever they wanted to go out. Finally, they had some prestige. If the underworld dared to come out with only 20 high-tier primeval, they would be beaten to a pulp and clean up the road of reincarnation. As for the ratio of high-tier primeval in the Void frontline, 80% of them were warriors from the divine realm, while the remaining 20% were warriors of order who were faster in the Void frontline. Although they had fought side by side for almost 6 eras, he still liked to pick out his own people from time to time. Probably that was, what was it again? That was what it meant. It was just a comparison in the early stages. Later on, when all the higher-ups had stepped into the higher tiers and the other warriors of order had stepped into the higher tiers, this ratio would become useless. After all, they did not have many warriors from the divine realm. Even if they were constantly replenished with members from the divine realm and their numbers kept increasing, it was still not enough compared to the behemoth that was the Void frontline. Why was little Qingzi calculating these numbers here? Nonsense. Speaking of the higher tiers, it had been many years since he stepped into the higher tiers. He was here to declare that he was the fifth. The fifth. He was almost pushed down by Jing Yuanji. Although he was only 1 day faster, he was also 1 day earlier. In short, he was the fifth to step into the higher tiers. This was very important. The road to the higher tiers was so busy that he wanted to pinch himself unconscious. It was many times busier than before he stepped into the higher tiers. Not to mention 2 points and 1 line, if he could, he planned to stay in 1 point and not move. Every day, he would turn left to burn his brain and read books, and turn right to face the wall and rest. After 20 rounds, he would knock himself unconscious with a brick. But since this would force him to look like Maple, he decided to forget about it. It was very important to maintain a healthy schedule, rest on time, and release stress. After all, that guy sigh. He let out a long yawn and felt a swelling pain in his head. He rubbed his eyes and stood up from the ice field. While yawning, he walked toward the manor behind him. You can't take it any more? Hui was stunned by the sound of the wind. He quickly opened his eyes and saw a cup of tea hovering in front of him. The tea was green, but the steam coming out of it was strange and colorful, as if it could reflect light. Hui was startled. He could not help but look up at Suifeng, who threw the tea over. What is this? Tea, the tea of the gods. Suifeng squinted and took a sip in front of him. Although I don't remember which god this tea is from, it's refreshing and energizing. Hui was so excited that he immediately poured the tea into his mouth. He smacked his lips and felt a lot more energized. Even his soul seemed to have emptied a little. He walked a few steps to the table and his tiredness disappeared. Then, when he sat down, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, the tea of the gods isn't that. Oh, it has a history of dozens of eras, right? Hui was speechless. Don't worry, it won't expire. I have drunk a few pots, and I don't see myself spiraling into the sky. Suifeng glanced at him and said, I found it in this pile of junk a while ago. It's quite amazing. I didn't expect to find a pile of tea leaves in the corner. There are dozens of jars, and the jars are bigger than I thought. I don't know how long it will take to finish all of them. By the way, shouldn't this manor be tidied up? It's not a good idea to leave so many things here. Many things haven't been checked yet. We looked at him stiffly for a while, trembling as he held the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. This time, the tea was powerful. The cup was blood-red, and after looking at it for a while, it turned black and then purple. The steam emitted seemed to be flashing with colorful lights, which made his scalp tingle. Can this thing change color? You won't die from drinking it. What's wrong? I smell something delicious. What are you guys eating? A white gold figure walked over like a gust of wind. Both of them turned around. Hui Ju stood up and poured a cup of tea for her. Do you want to have a taste? This is the fragrant tea of the origin heavenly god. 1 cup refreshes the mind, 2 cups make you never tired, and 3 cups make you immortal. You can stomp on the underworld and punch the chaos concept body with your fists. Dao Heaven looked at the Lord Guardian suspiciously before looking at Suifeng, who was calmly sipping his tea. He mumbled as he took the tea from Suifeng and drank it. Immortals don't have lifespan in the first place, so there's no need to express immortality. Hey, this tea tastes good. Give me another cup. After drinking a pot of tea, the girl was satisfied. She smacked her lips and savored the aftertaste for a moment. Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, the tea of the origin heavenly god is... Oh, it has expired for dozens of eras. Hui smiled sinisterly. Suifeng rolled her eyes and waved her hand at the pale-faced Dao Heaven. It's not expired. Don't listen to him. Dao Heaven's face was pale. While he was holding his stomach and letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The three of them immediately pricked up their ears and turned around. CU and Blue Phoenix, who had just finished their ordeal, walked over while holding their head. The two of them were startled when they saw the three of them staring at them. CU was a little surprised. What's wrong? Did something happen? Before Suifeng and Hui could say anything, Dao Heaven tossed out a few teacups and poured 2 cups of tea before handing them to CU and Blue Phoenix. I've prepared something good for you, something left behind by the origin heavenly god. Just 1 cup and all your troubles will fly away. The two of them believed him without thinking. Half a minute later, 2 more figures appeared at the table. They were holding their stomachs and thinking about life. In less than 2 minutes, Shuang yawned as she came out of the snowstorm. As soon as she sat down, she heard everyone at the table saying in unison, Shuang, are you tired? Come and have a cup of tea. CU stared at Shuang until she finished the pot of tea before pulling her to sit down. She whispered something into her ear, and the effect was immediate. Everyone saw that the cold air and snowflakes floating around the ice sculpture girl had disappeared, and she had now become an ice sculpture. Hui looked at everyone. Apart from him and Suifeng, everyone else had expressions of contemplation on their faces. Some of them were holding their stomachs, and their faces were turning yellow and green. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Look at how much this expired food has affected everyone. I told you it wouldn't expire. Suifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He poured himself a cup of tea that was as black as ink and scarily thick. It's fine if you don't want to drink it. This is really good stuff. Just 1 cup and you'll be able to come back to your senses very quickly. Although that's true. CU's pretty face turned green as she raised her head. But it's been expired for dozens of eras. Dozens of eras. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the glowing tea in front of them, their expressions changed as well. CU continued, this tea is even older than me. Who knows how many times older? Shuang couldn't help but mutter as she caressed her throat and stomach. When Suifeng and Xiaoshi returned, everyone immediately turned to look at them. Their eyes glowed. Just as they were about to speak, Suifeng looked at the table filled with color-changing tea and immediately understood what had happened. Xiaoshi and I have already drunk it. Everyone, they felt that it was missing something if they didn't follow the procedure. Xiaoshi naturally poured a cup of tea for herself. After taking a sip, she was startled. Wait, isn't this the pot of tea from yesterday? Suifeng was startled. I don't know. I just took it randomly. Seeing you put it together, I don't think there's any difference. Suifeng took the tea canister that her younger brother put aside and opened it. Looking at the tree fork-like tea leaves, she was silent for a while. Then, she raised her head and looked at everyone with an indescribable expression. This canister of tea leaves is from the Chaos Era. Everyone! This must be an antique among relics, right? Xiaoshi leaned over to take a look. Then, she picked up a finger-long tree fork-like tea leaf and was silent for a while. I was going to let Ling see if it could still be used. But now, this step is omitted. Everyone! This is a poison testing competition. Testing the poison with one's own body. Huey's face trembled, and he could not help but laugh dryly. This thing has expired for more than 57 eras. This taste is really good. I can't taste the expired taste at all. Speaking of which, why are there piles of expired things in this place? This thing was first blasted into pieces and then put back together. This doesn't even count as tea leaves, right? This is definitely an energy creation, right? Wow. Siyu immediately lay down and threw out a big puddle of water to wash her mouth. Everyone, you're exaggerating. If you're fine after drinking for half an hour, then it must be fine. Even if there was something wrong, it's too late now. Xiaoshi shrugged and calmly drank the tea before replying. The quality of things made by the gods is guaranteed. I was a little worried, so I didn't try it at first, but it looks like you guys are fine. The reason why they turned into energy form is probably for convenience of preservation. Anyway, things that are interesting to eat now are all made with energy and the power of rules, aren't they? There's no difference. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at the pile of junk with a complicated look in his eyes. Anyway, Suifeng was right. There might be more strange things in that pile of junk. They must have been created by the gods of origin. No matter how strange they are, it's not surprising. To be honest, we can get a lot of strange blessings by eating those things. However, for our physical and mental health, it's better to pack those things up as soon as possible, then find a small box to seal them up and throw them aside. Otherwise, we might accidentally trigger some strange things and cause some strange things to happen. Suifeng nodded as he poured tea. So, are you going to pack? Well. Hui scratched his head stiffly. I'm busy reading books. I've just touched 70% of origin energy. I want to see if I can touch the domain of origin. Suifeng nodded and turned to look at the others, who shook their heads. He could not help but smile bitterly. Now that everyone had ascended to advanced and the path to the final major stage was open, they had a lot of things to do. Who would have the time to clean up the manor that had been piled up for half an era? Even Shuang, who was the fastest among them, said that she was very busy and would not be free for a while. Where's Brute Ray? I thought he was with you, sister? No. Suifeng shook her head. He seems to have dragged Xing Lu and Qing Jun to train. They're staying in the tower and not planning to come out. Those two guys who went through the void and the young man they brought along. Suifeng smiled bitterly and rubbed his face. All right. Those two battle maniacs. What are they dealing with this time? Feng Ling's rule, order, energy form. Sui Qing's nonchalant reply left the others smiling bitterly. Those two who had recklessly traversed the void were impatient to seek a beating after ascending their tier. It was not as if they could not wait to spar and see how much their combat ability had improved, but why did they insist on sparring with the Observer's shadow? After all, the Observer had updated his shadow, which now carried 146 origin energies that were 90% converted, and its combat ability was untold times greater than the original shadow. Seeing everyone's helpless expression, Sui Qing thought for a moment and simply reported the result. I heard that they finally saw Feng Ling's sin word, decapitation. Oh! Hui straightened his back at once, his face solemn. It's been half an era. Finally, someone could see the power of that strike? No one had ever made it to that point before. How did it end? Sui Qing shrugged. Xiaolei took that sword head-on. Feng Ling used a sweep to kick everyone out before the effect of Sin Whisper, decapitate on the others. That's the end. Everyone was speechless. Well, they were insta-killed after seeing that strike. That was very much like the Observer. They still had a long way to go before they could take down the Observer's shadow. They still had to go home and train again. They seemed to have challenged Feng Ling's chaos form as well, Small Hour suddenly said. They were suppressed by Feng Ling's domain from start to finish. In the end, they said that they could not fight without the Fortress of Origins. Give up. Everyone was speechless. They were indeed very observant. Speaking of Chaos Domain, that should count as experience. If that was the case against Feng Ling's Chaos Domain, what more when they face the Chaos concept forms Chaos Domain? Dao Heaven drank another pot of tea and felt much better. It was only then that he turned to Conk Hut with his different-colored eyes. How is Big Brother? I don't know. Sui Feng shook his head. Feng Ling's angelic girl has been guarding his bed all the time. I just sneaked over to take a look. I have no idea what's going on. Feng Ling's energy ball should be fine after 10 to 20 days. We turned to look at Conk Hut and scratched his head in distress. But it's been 10,000 years. Why did something go wrong? Don't tell me. That's not funny. Sui Feng's face twitched. Don't say that. Feng Ling is fine, but something happened to him because of your words. He hasn't done anything for half an era. Are you itching to talk? Well, we laughed dryly. He had forgotten that he was the #1 prophet. Shuang sat and thought for a while before standing up. All right, let's go take a look. All right. Everyone nodded. They stood up one after another and quietly walked into the conch house. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Now, the void front line had entered another phase of drastic change. They, all of them, were fighting with all their might for that one common goal, but he, who had led them forward incessantly and was like the morning star of the void front line, had slumbered for 10,000 years without a sound. It was impossible to say that they were not worried, but they could not see any movement and could not stop because of that. Moreover, with the little angel keeping watch, they were able to divert some of their attention. They would not have come here on a whim, but today they were truly worried to the point of anxiety, which was why they all swarmed in. Before they reached him, they saw him first. His body was no longer transparent to the point where it was about to disappear. It was very solid, as if he had condensed his body of energy. His face was calm, he was breathing and his heart was beating. The destructive sacred patterns on his face were still surging with energy. They wanted to say that he looked much better, but they could not understand his condition. It was not as if they had never seen him fall into a pit in the next second. He was a blind box. They could not tell what was going on until he really jumped up. The little angel, who was sitting by the bed, had been holding Feng Ling's hand, spreading her wings over him. She closed her eyes as if she had been waiting quietly. She only opened her eyes when she heard a sound behind her. She turned around and whispered, "Why are you here today?" As soon as she turned her head, she saw a few heads poking out from the side of the screen. A few dogs were hanging on the screen sneakily. She was startled. There are so many people." Everyone laughed dryly, moved the screen away, sat down on the sofa against the wall, and continued to make tea. Shuang came over with a cup of tea and handed it to her. Then she looked at the person on the bed. "How is little star?" The little angel shook her head gently. "Nothing happened. Nothing happened. His body is completely covered by various sacred patterns of origin, and 70% of them are the sacred patterns of destruction. You can say that it was a change that happened that day. After that, there was nothing more." "His body? Everywhere?" Shuang tilted her head. Mei Mao trembled. She covered her mouth and took a step back. "Could it be that you—" The little angel thought for a moment. She put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Check his body. It's nothing." Everyone looked at each other for a while. For some reason, they were reminded of the goddess of destruction. She almost stripped the observer in public that day. "What about Maple's ball?" Hui looked at Maple's serene face and asked in a low voice. "The essence of origin that quarreled with him. Did it come out and say anything?" "It didn't come out. I knew about it later than you guys, so I didn't see it." She looked distressed. She sighed and shook her head. When she woke up, little Star had been placed in the conch house. She was also placed beside him. It was only after she asked Hui and the others that she knew what had happened during her hundreds of years of slumber. Since then, the essence of origin had not come out. Now, even if she touched Little Star's soul, she could not find out what had happened. Perhaps only he knew what was happening to him now. Even you don't know about Maple's situation. As half of his soul, you don't know. Hui dragged his voice for a long time before he sighed. Then I guess no one knows what's going on, except for himself. She stroked his cheek with the tip of her wing from his mouth to his forehead. She saw him frown slightly. She could not help but laugh in her heart. She turned to the others and said, "Although I don't know Little Star's situation very well, I might know what he is doing now." "Ha, isn't he just busy with the big explosions and big fireworks?" Hui grinned and waved his hand. "Just look at the surging origin energy all over his body. I'm afraid his soul is immersed in the source environment and thinking about bigger things. Origin energy, origin domain. If these things don't come to fruition, how can he be at ease?" Unexpectedly, the little angel chuckled and shook her head. She turned to look at the sleeping Little Star. "Little Star is resting." The hall fell silent. The group of people who were holding their teacups were completely stiff. 8 pairs of eyes widened, revealing fear and disbelief without exception. She did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw their looks of disbelief. But they are indeed resting. Moreover, it is a real rest, returning to the factory for major repairs. It is not like before when they need to urgently recover after dealing with something due to heavy consumption. She stretched out her hand and brushed it across little Xingxing's pretty face. Gently, she said, "He's already very tired. He's already at his limit. One day, he'll quietly fall asleep when none of us know. No one will disturb him. Or perhaps, he'll quietly fall asleep without even knowing. Perhaps, he's just following that incident from 10,000 years ago. It's just the right situation and he's going with the flow." Huey's eyes twitched a few times. He could not help but cover his face. "I remember now. 10,000 years ago, he said that the origin energy or the origin domain was reaching his limit whether he succeeded or not. It was time for him to sleep. So, it might be as you said. He just happened to be buried by the essence of the origin energy, and he really fell asleep. I did not expect this at all. Although I think it is mainly because the impression of little brother Feng holding on was too strong, so we did not think about it at all." Suifeng couldn't help but murmur. Everyone nodded in agreement. "But it's good that he's gone to sleep. It's time for him to get some rest. After 5.5 centuries of fatigue, who knows how long it'll take for him to fully recover." Siyu tilted her head and thought. Based on the situation where a normal person sleeps 1/3 to 1/4 of the time, Little Star might need to sleep for an era? Hui almost spat out his tea. That is bad. Something will happen when he wakes up. By the way, don't judge your Little Star with the standard of a normal person. Shoo! Everyone quickly winked at him, indicating for him to be quiet. Ahem! Hui coughed dryly and lowered his voice. In short, he's finally a little more well-behaved. Let him sleep slowly. We'll continue with our work and strive to give him a big surprise when he wakes up. Shuang tilted her head in confusion. Why a big surprise? Of course it is because... We looked at the person on the bed and smiled bitterly. When he rushes out after returning to the factory for major repairs, there is a 10% chance that he will bring big news. If we do not prepare a big surprise, we will be depressed for a long time because of his big news. This was a very troublesome matter. A certain observer's ability to create big news had never decreased. If they did not work harder, they would be sent flying by the tail of a certain observer after the transformation. Chapter 2071. Hui Jun suddenly wanted to do something big, just like the surprise when little brother Feng suddenly fainted last time. She fixed the sea of energy. It could be a surprise for little brother Feng, but it could also be a surprise for herself. She could treat it as a salute to a certain someone who was returning to the factory for major repairs. It would be even better if she could make little brother Feng faint and rest for a while. Although he felt that this was purely a pipe dream, the only things that could make little brother Maple faint again after he woke up and heard the news were, the underworld exploded, the underworld exploded again, the underworld exploded again, the chaos concept body is being held down, and other such news could achieve the desired effect. Unfortunately, these news were all empty talk, and they had to personally use their hands to produce them. Well, even though he knew what Hui Jun meant, seeing how excited he was, he couldn't bear to interrupt him. But if he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood. Little brother Feng didn't seem to have done anything that needed their help. Or rather, most of the things that needed to be dealt with now needed little brother Feng's help. It was purely putting the cart before the horse. After Hui Jun proposed the big news creation plan, he also understood it after 5 minutes. Now, he was squatting in a corner like an idiot, drawing circles and muttering. It was really laughable. If they really wanted to talk about surprises, they couldn't help little brother Feng prepare a surprise for him. However, just like what they just said, they could prepare their own surprises and treat their own matters as surprises. For example, the matters that they had to scratch their heads to prepare for, I know, the domain of origin. Hui smiled bitterly and stood up. He looked at Sui Feng and sighed. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be sighing here. Look at Feng. Look at him. 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 Even he is in so much trouble. Don't be in such a hurry to sigh. Sui Feng shrugged. Brother Feng's situation is unique, so it's expected that it'll be difficult for him to activate the origin domain. Well, the current difficulty may still be within the expectations of the gods. Ahem, what I meant to say is, don't assume that the origin domain will be difficult just because of how Brother Feng has been tormented. He coughed dryly and pinched his throat to imitate someone else's voice. After the 90% threshold is the most appropriate stage to activate the domain of origin. Well, you can think of it as the easiest stage. After all, it is a domain of origin that requires us to exert our strength to the limit. But there have been people who have touched the threshold of the domain of origin at 70 or 80%. After that, they can still use the embryonic form of the domain of origin. Just like the domain of chaos that the little guy activated, although it has been activated, it is still in its embryonic form. It still needs to be perfected step by step. But just as you know, that's the business of the previous generation of inheritors. For you, it's a long, long time ago. Let me tell you these things as a guidepost. No matter if it's the first generation or the second generation, the final destination is the same. So don't think of it as a burden. It's just for the convenience of distinguishing between the first and second generation. The first generation has to face a much heavier burden than the second generation in a short period of time, so there's such a distinction. Just like what the little guy said, we're racing against time. These 3 words speak for themselves. If there's no time limit for us, as long as we're the official inheritors, it's all the same. Everyone will eventually reach the same place. Sui Feng cleared his throat and quickly took a sip of tea. His voice was hoarse. Ahem, that is what it means. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. That was what his teacher told him when he went in half an hour ago. The only difference between the first generation and the second generation was that the first generation could push themselves to death in a short period of time. There were also people who had already touched the domain of origin when they reached 70 or 80%, although that was the matter of the previous generation, the inheritors of the Chaos era. The domain of origin that appeared at the beginning was only in its embryonic form and still needed to be perfected. The domain of chaos of the observer was an example. They knew that the observer had spent a lot of time perfecting it, but they did not know to what extent it was perfected. Judging from the current situation, when the observer used the domain of chaos to hit them, it was already very painful. I know that you can touch the domain of origin when you reach 70%. We picked at his ears and muttered. His Eminence had told him about this before, and he had also specially prepared for it. However, the situation did not go according to his wishes. After all, he had already entered the realm of 70%. Oh, he could not even let out a fart. I am also trying my best. My Eminence also reminded me that it can be done, but it may require a lot of effort. Suifeng suddenly looked up at Hui Jun. Speaking of which, we still don't know if you are the first generation or the second generation. When you awakened, we were all busy. At the mention of this, Hui looked up to the sky and spat out a soul. He collapsed on the sofa. To everyone's surprise, it was the little angel who answered for him. I heard about it when I went to the inner land of origin. Hui is the first generation, and so is Yuanji. Suifeng's eyes widened. He counted with his fingers and said, "Let me see. Shuang Shuang, Hui Jun, Jing Yuanji, 3 stable generations, plus Qing Jun, who is expected to become the first generation after a period of struggle, and the guy who burned himself like a match for half an era, and Dao Tian yourself. Wow, there are so many generations in this batch? It has already been 6. Hui covered his face with his hands. But I just want to be lazy. Suifeng pushed his nose bridge and pointed at Feng with a serious face. How can you face Feng who is lying on the sickbed? Hey, I'm kidding. Do you think we don't know you? Every day you say you want to be lazy, and every day you try to activate the original domain. Last time, I saw you hit the wall with all your strength. You even asked Feng's shadow to beat you up tens of thousands of times. Hui grimaced. Yes, I am risking my life to activate the original domain. But from the bottom of my heart, I really just want to be lazy and… Forget it. Siyu was playing with a small toy in her hand. Suddenly, she asked casually, "Am I still the second generation?" For now, you and Qing Huang are still the second generation. Suifeng looked at them and nodded. Seeing that Lin Sanjia was a little dizzy, he wanted to explain again. In the early stage, when you officially become an inheritor, you are judged based on the compatibility of the original energy and the original law. This is the beginning and also the starting line. The better the compatibility, the better the adaptability, and the more likely you are to be the first generation. For example, Shuang Shuang, Hui Jun, and Jing Yuanji are very compatible with the original energy that they have inherited, so they are considered the first generation from the beginning. However, one's own standards will change. Compatibility and adaptability will change step by step. So, even if you have passed the beginning, they will still be the standard to judge whether you are the first generation or the second generation. In addition, there is another standard. If you can transform the original energy to 90%, you will be considered the first generation inheritor. Teacher said that if you can reach 90% of the original energy, you will have already overcome all the difficulties. At most, you will be considered a slower generation. Xiao Shi added, although the first and second generations will eventually arrive at the same place, the pure second generation will be stuck at the 80% threshold. Without Her Eminence's help, he'll be stuck there forever. The reason for this is, well, I don't really understand. I've only heard about it, but we haven't encountered it yet. Perhaps we'll understand after a while. Hui held his forehead. There are so many standards. Maybe it is because the chaos era has been too long, and they have taken in a lot of inheritors and trained generation after generation. That is why they came up with such a situation. In fact, it is just a lot of standards that the original god of origin and the others set for their own convenience. Once they are distinguished, they can prescribe the right medicine. What the inheritors need to do is to try their best and play with their own lives. When they can't take it anymore, get stuck, or die, their eminence will take them to receive education of love or something. After that, they will continue to move forward. Suifeng's cheeks twitched. You have summed it up well. He looked at Cu and Blue Phoenix with a bitter smile. The two of you have good compatibility with your own origin energy. You are the best of the best among the second generation. But, well, there is a problem here that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone looked at Cu and Blue Phoenix, who looked a little uneasy. Finally, they looked at Suifeng curiously and listened as he slowly explained, Blue Phoenix wants to charge into the enemy with Brother Maple, but your origin energy is of the blessing element, so, it's a little against your will. Your own thoughts are the easiest to affect your own path, and it will also hinder your progress in adaptability and compatibility. You're a little late to creation, and the heir who created Her Eminence is quite special. I should say it's troublesome. It's not easy to find an heir who created Her Eminence, and the requirements are quite strict. We heard from Her Eminence himself that there are a lot of things that require his guidance along the way, and it's more of an experience. Having survived half an era, I'm sure you know that. Cu's pretty face turned pale. She covered her forehead and trembled. She fell into Blue Phoenix's arms. Structure. Creation. So scary. So scary, everyone thought. Another one has been driven crazy. Suifeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. That is the reason why one of the 49 weakened powers is one of the powers that created Her Eminence. It is said that reaching the true limit and the weakened limit are two completely different paths. To complete the path of the true power of inheritance, one can sing and dance, jump and run on the weakened path. One can even walk back and forth 3 or 4 times. Everyone was speechless. What kind of weird saying was that? Cu took a deep breath and fainted in Blue Phoenix's arms. Blue Phoenix could not help but smile bitterly. Suifeng shrugged and continued, therefore, without the guidance of Her Eminence, Cu's future path may not be easy. That is why she can only be judged as a second-generation successor. After all, compatibility and adaptability are partly due to her. The rest is all due to force majeure. According to the average successor, the ratio should be 8-2. But Cu's ratio is 3-7. Hui was speechless. Isn't this all due to force majeure? The path is blocked. Suifeng glanced at Cu, who fainted with a little toy in her hand. Seeing that Cu wanted to say something, Suifeng seized the opportunity to speak first. Theoretically speaking, this part of the path will be very, very difficult without guidance. But it will not be completely blocked. At most, the wall will be very hard. Like Feng Ling, she can lift the door and the wall together. Everyone was speechless. This was truly a terrifying piece of news. Everyone knew that as long as an observer was close to or connected to something, the degree of difficulty would become like a joke. Could change at any time, but overall, it would only go up and not down. Look at Cu, that unlucky child, she fainted right after she woke up. Okay, let's not talk about this. We did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and finished his tea. He stood up first. Let's play with our own domain of origin and try to prepare this surprise, before that sick person wakes up. Ahem, we have guessed wrong in the previous questions. Do you want to guess who will be the first to touch the domain of origin this time? At the mention of this topic, everyone sat up straight. Even the frightened Cu bounced up. Everyone looked at each other for a while, thinking about all kinds of situations. Suddenly, Shuang stood up and sat next to an observer. She smiled and said to everyone, "Well, this is my answer." Everyone was speechless. Can that person participate in the competition? Unconventional contestants are not allowed to participate, right? Is that right? Hui seemed to have expected this. He crossed his hands and covered his mouth, pretending to be a schemer. If you want to talk about Feng, you have to add detailed conditions. Shuang was very firm. When he wakes up. Everyone was speechless. Usually, when someone wakes up, there will be big news. As everyone knows, the longer an observer sleeps, the bigger the news. There is no guarantee that he will wake up with the domain of origin this time. The probability is very high. We seem to know this. He smiled inexplicably. It's okay. We still have a chance. Who knows how long Feng will sleep? Of course, I know that Feng will announce big news as soon as he wakes up. You think I didn't think of that? Ha ha, as long as we touch the domain of origin before he wakes up, it will be fine. According to what I know about him, this time the overhaul will take hundreds of millions of years. Let's wait. Let's go and touch the domain of origin. The answer will be announced after a while when we sit down together. Everyone saw a certain guardian rushing out of the conch house like the wind. They all had a strange look on their faces. Why was this competitive spirit suddenly ignited? Compared to the sick person, wasn't it because they were taking things too hard? TSK, perhaps this was the motivation to catch up. It was not incomprehensible. Well, that's right. This level of chasing would make one bald. At the very least, they knew that they could not torture themselves to the point of not resting for 5.5 eras. From this point alone, they could not endure a certain observer. Forget it, there was no point in thinking about it. Everyone had their own unique pace of progress, and there was no need to think too much about it. If they thought too much about it, they would not be able to grasp their own pace. They should just continue to move forward as per normal. After understanding this, everyone sat there for a while before getting up. They took turns to look at the person on the sickbed for a while before slowly slipping out. It was time to fight. Although they did not intend to follow in the footsteps of that lunatic in the void, they still had to move forward. They just had to keep moving forward. That was what he said. There was still time now, but it was also urgent. Time to relax occasionally was enough. Now that they were done, it was time to get down to business. Well, the domain of origin, huh? If possible, they really wanted to touch it. It was not just to surprise a certain observer, but also to prepare for the future battle. In short, they had to give it a shot. Sitting by the bed, the little angel watched them leave. Her gaze was a little spellbound as she looked at little Star on the bed. After a long time, she sighed softly. Hundreds of millions of years, huh? She moved the screen back to its original position, and then crawled under the blanket to hug him. She stretched out her wings and wrapped the two of them together. Looking at little Xingxing's sleeping face, she sighed faintly. Although I always advised you to rest, but I didn't expect that after you quieted down, time would be so difficult to bear. It was clear that half an era had passed easily, but when he fell into a deep slumber, she felt that time was endless. This feeling was much clearer than usual, so much so that it made her feel a little bored. She was not like the others. As the inheritors, they had a lot of things to do every day. At this moment, the things that she could do had stopped along with his deep slumber. Since that was the case, she might as well sleep with him. It would not be too long, just a blink of an eye. Time flew by quickly as everyone was busy. The void would erase all traces of its existence one by one until nothing was left. Whether it was thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, there would not be any traces left. It was the same in the void, and so was the front line of the void. In the observer dimension, as endless time passed, it still maintained the same scene that had not changed for countless years. The surging sea of energy, the towering waves, and the ice field of the concept dimension. Today, as usual, one side of the ice field was still quiet, and the other side had some slight movement. They had walked back and forth countless times, but they did not see any changes. The ice field was still the same, the snow was still dancing, and the sky was still clean and clear. It was not completely unchanged. In a corner of the ice field, above the ice field where the ice lotus was, the ring of frost descent gathered a storm and a large amount of ice and snow. As the wind blew, The snowstorm made the sky on their side a little darker from time to time, but it would return to normal after a while. The movement over there had been for many years. He thought. It was probably after Shuang said, 90%. I need to slow down. Let me take a look at the domain of origin. There had been a snowstorm over there. The girl's words really made their hearts tremble. What did she mean by 90%? She needed to slow down. Even if they knew that she was the life form of origin, wasn't that too ridiculous? After 90%, it was the path to the pinnacle. When it came to the stage where Maple said that the path would change one's appearance, she probably would not be able to figure it out in a short time. But 90%. 90%, that was, in short, it was ridiculous. They had been shocked by the girl's ridiculousness several times, but they did not expect that they could still be shocked to the point where their heads were numb and dizzy. Even the cold of the icefield could not wake them up a little. But then again, the domain of origin. Exploration was not going well. Whether it was him or the others, it was not going well. After a long period of trying and failing, he continued to explore the conditions. At present, the transformation of the origin energy was about 80%. Even so, his domain of origin did not have any movement. This was probably what Maple meant. Either she did not intend to open the door, or she intended to shut the door in his face. Sigh, now he knew why Maple insisted on holding on after getting a little clue. If it were him, he might have done the same. After so many years of exploration, he finally got a little clue. If he woke up and lost everything, wouldn't it be a big loss? No matter what, he had to wait for this hard-won clue to become a cornerstone and take root. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. He turned to look at the conch house and could not help but mutter to himself, Maple, Maple, I said that it was in the hundreds of millions of years, but it has been more than 2 billion years. You should wake up, right? Your girls miss you very much. You should wake up and see them. They have been working very hard these years. Their hard work has been led astray by you. Look at how hard they are working. Forget it. He could not help but sigh. Raising the teacup and looking at the colorful tea inside, he tilted his head back and splashed it on his face. He carelessly wiped his face and sighed again. In the past, he was always worried about Maple, worried that he would play himself to death. But now that he was not here, it seemed a little boring. When he was running back and forth between 2 points and 1 line, he would be tired. Every time he came here, he would see him sitting there, maintaining a calm and steady posture. He would greet them, thank each other for their hard work, talk about the recent situation, chat a little and laugh a little. The time to relax would pass quickly, and it was very comfortable. Just like the morning star that had taken root here for a long time, as long as it existed, as long as they could see it, they would naturally relax. Being used to a world illuminated by light, how could he be willing to suffer alone in the dark and lonely wilderness? Now that the morning star was resting, the door of the conch house in a world of ice and snow was empty, and he was the only one sitting here. His angelic girl probably found it too boring and really had nothing to do, so she followed him into dreamland. Speaking of which, the news of the final battle. Remembering that more than 2 billion years had passed, he suddenly remembered that there was something he had not done and could not help but slap his forehead. But then, he thought again. Forget it. I'll wait until Maple comes out. When he wakes up and tells everyone about the big news, the effect would probably be better. I'll just treat it as stabilizing the morale of the army. Treat it as giving everyone a long-lasting incentive. Well, there's still time now. There's no need to be too anxious. Take it slow, take it one step at a time. There's no use in being anxious now except to die from anxiety. Forget it, I'll talk to little Qingzi. Treat it as a regular contact, lest he thinks that something happened to them without saying a word. Hey little Qingzi, how are you these days? Oh, as long as you're fine. No mission. I just want to talk to you and ask, how many advanced tiers are there in the Void frontline? Oh, 30%, right? 30% after more than 2 billion years, that's about the same number, and the speed will slowly slow down later. Oh, I'm finally at the level where advanced primeval are everywhere. Damn it, I'm so happy. I really want those bastards in the underworld to throw out 20 batches of advanced primeval to beat them to death. I Ching, who was punching in, stamped an extra stamp with a tremble of his hand. Can you not say that? Oh, what's there to be afraid of? With our current combat power, as long as it's not a peak primeval or a chaos concept body, it's not a problem. Hui smacked his lips and snorted. They've been dominating for more than a dozen eras. We have to stand up, you know. Although I know that's what you mean. I Ching smiled bitterly and thought that it was better not to dwell on this topic too much, lest Huey's strange ideas came to his mind. How's Lord Feng? Hasn't he woken up yet? Your Lord Feng. Hui sighed softly, scratching his forehead and muttering. He's sleeping like a log. He hasn't moved for 2 billion years after returning to the factory for major repairs. God knows if he's, His voice paused halfway when he suddenly saw ripples on the newly poured tea in his hand. His gaze trembled slightly. Firstly, he wasn't swaying back and forth. Secondly, he wasn't so old that his hands and feet were trembling. The sudden energy fluctuation made the entire ice field tremble, and the tea spilled all over him. He hurriedly put down the cup and glanced at the source of the tremor. His eyes widened slightly as he said, Little Ching Zi, seal off Node 0 City. No, it's not that urgent. You just have to make sure that no aura leaks out of this place. Hui immediately stood up and looked at the conch house. He raised his hand, and a golden energy barrier quickly spread out, supporting the observer's space. Your Lord Feng woke up because of your nagging. Damn, this movement. Damn, the ice surface is cracking. He's going to cause trouble. Damn, I'll stop talking first. I have to prepare to receive guests. Anyway, hurry up and seal off Node 0 City. Don't let the underworld know what's going on here. Don't let them know even if it's just a billionth of the aura. Little Ching Zi listened to the sound of the soul message disappearing. He was silent for a while, and then covered his head with a distressed face and sighed. Lord Feng was always associated with big movements. Even when he got out of bed, there was such a big commotion. He ordered through the soul message, everyone, Node 0 has entered a sealed state of energy. Everyone in the realm of order. Wake up, block them in front of the door and kill them. Nothing could be better than breaking through the door. This? Your Excellency I Ching, what's with this sudden order? Guys, get up. Bring the realm of order and kill them. Kill them. Don't let even a drop of ink go. I Ching smiled bitterly. I don't know. Something happened in the observer space. It seems that Lord Feng's time to go back to the factory is over. From Lord Huey's anxious tone, it's most likely. I understand. Explosions, and explosions. Or even bigger fireworks, and void disaster level fireworks. Cough, cough. Throw 2 more energy towers over there. There are more cracks here, so make sure they are all blocked. Hey, is this Node 1 next door? Yes, it's Node 0. We are setting off fireworks. You guys, cooperate with us and block the entrance. Don't let them come out. What? You're asking why? Let's go all out. If you have any questions, ask His Excellency I Ching later. I Ching thought for a moment and said, Oh. The acting has to be done well. He was so focused on Lord Feng that he almost forgot about the situation here. He had to arrange for more nodes to block the death fog abyss crack for a while. It doesn't matter if there is an audience or not. If there is an audience, it would be embarrassing if he didn't act well. Chapter 2072. The Primordial Source. The primordial source's aura had not weakened for a long time. Perhaps, to the primordial source that was buried deep in the void, weakening and weakening was something unimaginable. The primordial source had stopped changing the moment the great Yuan realm was born. The primordial source, who was immersed in the bottom of the sea, had accompanied the primordial source to create the environment of the primordial source. Later, with the turmoil, the primordial source had personally witnessed the changes in its neighbor. It had seen the primordial source weaken continuously from the disturbances, but it did not understand why such a change would happen. Because it did not understand what change was. The primordial source that was eternally fixed here would not understand the meaning of the changes in the world. What was he? The primordial source's creation, the primordial source's representative? Could it be a specific change that occurred when the primordial source evolved to a certain stage? Or could it be a change that occurred when the primordial source made a small change? The primordial source that stood eternally, could it be that he was born because it wanted to detect the changes in other places? Using him as a vision to observe the changes in the world, to witness the changes in the void. Maybe he was overthinking. The primordial source was silent and would not make any movements. What he thought was just his own guess. In fact, the primordial source might not be anything at all. It was just that he did not know. The search for meaning could be discussed until the void was destroyed. What meaning was given to something depended entirely on what it was thinking at the moment. Usually, he would not delve deeply into these matters. As for the meaning, he could not be sure. This time, it was just that he had slept in the primordial source for too long. After returning to the primordial source and being deeply integrated with it for too long, his thoughts suddenly ran wild. Perhaps it was because he had slept for too long? Or perhaps it was really as he thought. The primordial source had given him a certain stage of his life. It was like the primordial source had given something a meaning called the primordial will. Although his thoughts would be affected by the world, perhaps it was still the thoughts of the primordial source. After breaking away from eternity and falling into infinite changes, anything could change. The void could change, and the primordial source would naturally change as well. The primordial source's movements? She wanted to tell him not to think too much. Is that really the case? Strangely enough, the primordial also had its own activities, but generally speaking, it was hard to detect. He could only faintly sense the primordial's activities when he was deeply integrated with the primordial's will. Although he had said something like, "in the name of the primordial," when he was talking nonsense, it was different from being proven to be true. When he was proven to be related to the primordial, he felt a chill run down his spine. Where did the primordial's consciousness come from? Cough, that was what it meant. The nest built in the deep sea trembled slightly. The nest that the primordial source and the primordial source had transformed into opened little by little. Yun Nuoshing, who had been sleeping here, slowly opened her colorful eyes. She slowly stretched her curled-up body and sat up. She stared blankly at the empty space in front of her for a while and yawned. "I don't know how long it has been. I took the initiative to return to the factory for major repairs, so I shouldn't be lying there for too long. Although I had to return to the factory for major repairs because I was at the limit of my limit, it should be. In short, it shouldn't be longer than the time needed to recover from moderate collapse." He had been lying there quietly for so many years. "I don't know if we and the others would carry him away to be buried or something. I hope they don't destroy his body. However, there should be a girl looking after him. Most likely, it's the little angel looking after him. Those things shouldn't happen. They are all busy themselves. Why would they have the time to mess with him?" He rubbed his eyes and yawned. After a while, he opened his eyes. Looking at the colorful primordial source in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. What he saw was like a colorful painting with black dots drawn on it. The black dots were the primordial source's primordial source, and the remaining colorful part was the primordial source that had been inexplicably colored. Of course, these changes were not caused by the primordial source's primordial source. The primordial source would not change. Well, there probably would not be any change. At least, it rarely happened. Well, let's not talk about that first. Back to the painting in front of him, this was actually a change caused by him. The primordial source and the primordial source's energy seemed to be still active when he was asleep. The two energies rubbed together on their own. Then, because he was deeply integrated with the primordial source, so the primordial source carried the breath of the primordial source and manifested here. It became this strange colorful painting in front of him. Probably because it was still the breath of the primordial source, it did not cause any strange changes. He was thankful that there was no thunder to wake him up when he was asleep. The area affected was not very large. It was just a certain distance around the nest. Looking at it again after this distance, the primordial source's primordial source was still pitch black. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief. An unprecedented sense of comfort came from his soul. He knew that the fatigue of 5.5 eras had completely dissipated. Now, he could really say that he was in good condition. Phew, I should get up first. This hibernation will not be too short. I wonder what's going on outside. Is everyone still riveting and fighting the primordial source's power head-on? He turned his head and looked at the nest made of wings. His cheeks twitched. Probably when he was integrated with the primordial source, he thought of his own little quilt, so the nest became like this. That girl's wings were really comfortable on his body. He could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. He quickly threw these strange thoughts aside and turned around. His consciousness faded little by little. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore echoed in his ears. The light in his eyes only disappeared for a moment before it lit up again. This time, the light that lit up was the light of the outside world. At the same time, Yun Nuoshing was preparing to wake up from the primordial source's environment. At the same time, in the observer dimension, more than 100 second-generation inheritors were now gathered around the Fortress of Origin. They were throwing out waves of energy onto the Fortress of Origin to strengthen its domain. More than 100 kinds of primordial sources' energy surged and dyed the entire fortress in a gorgeous color. Hui and the others were still gathered in the concept dimension. He had already thrown out thousands of Guardian's shields, sprinkling them all over the observer dimension so that the power of the barrier could be evenly spread to every corner. Frost activated the halo of frost descent, blowing a huge ice storm hundreds of thousands of miles wide. From afar, one could see a thick cloud of ice and snow that contained a huge amount of energy spinning rapidly in the sky. It was so powerful that the ice, snow, and cold wind that fell on the entire observer dimension were far colder than usual, causing everyone to shiver. This girl's ice storm was too cold, and it was actually a series of accidental injuries to teammates. Blue Phoenix stood on the ice wasteland in her law, order, energy form. Tricolored light flickered on her body, leaving a 1-meter-long trail of light behind her. The violent energy that kept erupting turned into a domain of flames that covered the entire ice wasteland. The ice wasteland, which had already been torn apart by the vibrations, constantly released a crystal-clear light to block the sea of flames that could burn through the void. Affected by both the ice storm and the fiery storm, everyone was suffering unspeakably. This was truly a combination of ice and fire, the ultimate enjoyment to the point of dying. They laughed bitterly as they desperately strengthened their defensive power, afraid that something bad would happen if they were not careful. It appeared that the two girls were fighting at first glance, but that was not the case. Excluding Maple, the two girls were the ones with the greatest combat ability in their party at present. A certain void duo who had been forced to move expressed their dissatisfaction and gloom. In truth, it was none of their business even if it was still them, since they were not energy masters. Now, they were using their power to suppress the rapidly expanding and spreading power within the observer space. The others were also doing their best to support it, and it was already affecting the observer space's doorway. Little Qing and the others were leading others to seal the zero node without leaving a trace, hurriedly throwing a bunch of energy towers in front of the doorway to strengthen the suppression. It was a power they could muster in an emergency, and the power that was continuously strengthening and suppressing it was still stacking little by little. That could not be rushed at all, but even so, the power that was constantly expanding and spreading was still thickening little by little, to the point that it could crush them along with the void. As for the source that caused them to make such a big fuss, he raised his head and looked at the conch house. The light of primordial descended from the sky, and the originally gentle aurora-like light of primordial light was dyed red and black by the sky, as if some kind of ferocious light was spewing out from hell. The dark red and black light dyed the light of primordial light red and covered the entire space. Huge cracks appeared in the sky, and the colorful Milky Way flowed out from the cracks, flowing freely in the sky and on the ground. The light that spread out merged with the red and black space, making the space even more strange and frightening. An unstoppable aura of destruction surrounded everyone, making them feel slightly frightened. It was as if there was a big red and black hand holding their souls in its palm, and it only needed to pinch lightly to destroy them. It was also as if it had grabbed their hearts, and every time it contracted and pulsed, they could feel that the claw was using some force to pinch their hearts, and the feeling of feedback was that their souls could not help but tremble and tingle. Even if they used all the strength they could muster, they could only barely block the main effect of this destructive energy on them. As for the pressure and intimidation that could shake the world, they could not completely cancel it out. The domain of destruction mixed with other origin energies, can't completely block it. Try to deflect the wave of destruction, don't face it head-on. Xiao Shi was sweating profusely as she helped to carry the Guardian's shield. The purple gold patterns on her body flashed with a dazzling light. The tens of millions of purple gold alls erected in all directions had begun to collapse in the torrent of destructive energy. One after another, the magic circles burst into flames when the energy was annihilated. They used their concept-level domain, the order domain of the Fortress of Origin, and the full power of more than 100 high-ranking Yuanshir's inheritors to suppress it, but they could barely suppress the core destructive force of the domain. There was no way to filter out the awe. If they could not think of a way to change the current situation, they would not be able to maintain their strength due to the awe if they continued to hold on. Lady Hui, the power of the domain of destruction has covered half of the node city. The energy has blown up 3 batches of energy towers. Wah, I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Little Qingzi cried out loudly. Judging from his voice, he was most likely sent flying by the explosion of energy. Judging from the clanking sounds, he was most likely embedded in the wall. Everyone, run away. Bring out the inventory. Anyway, first, suppress the domain that is gradually expanding. Suppress it more at the front line. Don't let any of the abyssal death mist spawns come out. If they dare to poke their heads out, chop their heads off. Is anyone there? Is there anyone who can help? Bring out the level 1 energy towers quickly. Change them to energy sources and bring them up. Bring out the personal energy towers too. Don't worry about the front line. Trust our brothers and sisters at the front line. If you have the time to care about the front line, why don't you suppress this thing in front of you? If the domain continues to expand, we will have to rebuild Node 0 again. Hui listened to the screams in the soul transmission. He felt his scalp go numb. He quickly looked at the shimmering angelic girl beside him. Ming, you have to think of something. The little angel was pressing on her burnt wings. She looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and opened her mouth. Hui! That was too much for her. She was thrown out by the sudden explosion of the destructive domain when she was still asleep. She was still in a daze and was probably in a terrible state. Now that she was fine, he didn't have time to think about anything else. While everyone was hurriedly using various methods to deal with the emergency, the reddish-black sky suddenly brightened a little, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their heads, only to see a white-colored aura gushing out from the conch house like a fountain, adding fuel to the already unstable space. The wanton eruption of the Genesis aura caused the space that had just stabilized to tremble once again. The continuously increasing vibrations caused everyone's mouths to tremble, while their ears seemed to catch the creaking sounds of space crumbling. In reality, they could also see a crack that led to the Genesis domain slowly opening. Gasp! The moment the crack leading to the source space opened, everyone's face turned pale. Hui Jun's face was pale as he immediately held his shield with both hands. Just as he was about to rush into the center of the domain to block the crack leading to the source space, the entire domain suddenly trembled. Suddenly, a tranquil aura covered the entire reddish-black space, startling them. In this aura there was a sense of peace. It came so suddenly that Hui was stunned and did not rush out. The destructive energy that was constantly erupting like a raging tide receded without warning. The reddish-black space quickly shrank and shrank. The initial light trembled twice, leaving behind a large number of energy particles and dissipating. The crack leading to the source space also closed in an instant, not allowing the source space to flow back into this space. Little Greenie, who was still fighting against hundreds of energy towers and destructive energy, suddenly felt the pressure drop. He could not help but be startled. Looking at the reddish-black space in front of him rapidly retreating, he immediately understood after thinking for half a second. He hurriedly shouted, "Master Hui! The destructive energy has retreated. It has retreated. The node city is safe. I see it. Probably that bastard has woken up. Phew, damn it, I almost rushed up to block the crack with my flesh. Deal with it according to the standard state of a void-level disaster. Let everyone at the front line charge for a while more, then slowly retreat. Act until the end. I'll leave the cleaning up to you." Hui wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a long breath. Little Greenie sat on the ground exhausted. He used his hand to fan himself and nodded with a bitter smile. Understood. Understood. Phew, I'm so tired. I don't want to move for the next 2 days. I haven't been this tired since I reached the higher level of Yuanshi. By the way, you should take a look at Master Feng's condition. Master Feng's condition? Huey's face twitched, and his hand that was holding the shield trembled slightly. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, before they could say anything, they saw a figure appear in front of the conch house. She covered her mouth and yawned as she walked out. After a while, she stretched her body in a small area, and there was a crackling sound of energy exploding from her body. Finally, she raised her head and looked at them, who were in a sorry state. She smiled brightly and raised her hand to greet them. "Good morning." The veins on Huey's forehead were bursting. He rushed forward while cursing. "Good morning, my ass. Hit me with the holy shock." Yun Nuoshing had just finished laughing when she saw Hui rushing towards her with a burst of golden light. She could not help but turn pale. She quickly pressed her hands together and used all her strength to hold back her energy. Don't come over. I'm still." One of the guardians who was yelling slammed his shield down on Huey's head. However, before he could get half a meter closer, a thick reddish-black energy burst out of his body uncontrollably and spontaneously collided with Huey's shield. Bang! The mighty energy impact burst out in an instant. Hui only felt as if his fist had chiseled a soft energy barrier. A strong counterattack energy suddenly surged out from the front, making him look surprised. As soon as everyone got closer, they heard a cry of surprise and the sound of energy explosion. One of the guardians turned into a reddish-black meteor and flew out, disappearing into the horizon of the conceptual space. They were stunned. Yun Nuoshing turned her head with a bitter smile and hurriedly finished what she had just said. We can't hold back the destructive energy now. Don't be impulsive. We'll wait for you to come back and settle the score later, okay? He sighed and shrugged at the confused crowd. He repeated, wait until autumn to settle the score. I'm still. Everyone trembled and shook their heads vigorously. They said in unison, no, no, no. We can't. Yun Nuoshing walked forward with a bitter smile. When she saw the little angel and blue phoenix coming over anxiously, she quickened her pace. Her face was full of distress. Blue Phoenix, your hair is messy. Why is your face so dirty? Shuang, lower the chill a little. Xiaoyu is going to be frozen by you. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Yuan Ji, you don't have to poke your hand into my clothes. Who bit my ear? Don't take advantage of me in public. Everyone. This scene was a little too cheerful. Just a moment ago, they were anxiously and united to resist the void-level disaster. Now the atmosphere had eased up. When they were done, and everyone saw the sorry figure of a certain observer, well, they suddenly felt much better, and their hearts were slightly at ease. After the initial chaos and surprise, everyone quickly quieted down and sat down at the table. Hui also rushed back with his messy hair. Yun Nuoshing had just finished a pot of tea. Seeing Hui's sorry figure, she wanted to say a word of concern. But for some reason, she blurted out, is the destructive energy's automatic defense power fun? Hui's face twitched. He scratched his messy hair and sat down. He looked at Feng from head to toe for a while with a gloomy face. I know you're going to make big news when you come out, but I didn't expect this big news to make the entire Void frontline lively. You're such a big trouble. You won't even let your own people go. Well, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Isn't that good? The Void frontline hasn't been so lively for a long time, hasn't it? Letting everyone move around helps. Well, it's my fault. When I woke up, the destruction domain had already gone out for a few minutes. It probably couldn't control itself after sleeping for too long and woke up with me to move around. Ahahaha. Everyone rolled their eyes. Luckily, they were used to it and reacted quickly enough. When the disaster was brewing, they had already made a series of arrangements with lightning speed. Otherwise, there was no telling how much destruction this void-level disaster would cause. Anyway, it would not be better than now. Xiao Shi had been staring at Ling. After staring at him for a while, she finally could not help but move closer. Under everyone's gaze, she suddenly lifted Ling's chin with her hand and bent down. Their faces were only a few inches apart. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for a moment. She looked into Xiao Shi's purple-gold eyes for a while. Xiao Shi said in surprise, your origin energy. This aura, Yun Nuoshing understood. She then showed a mysterious smile and winked at Xiao Shi with her right eye. She then turned to look at everyone. So, as you all expected, I have two pieces of good news. I don't know which one you want to hear first? Hui raised his guardian shield on the spot, but when he saw the faint red and black runes on his forehead, he quietly put it down. He coughed dryly and sent himself flying with a shield bash. We already know one of them, the origin domain. Phew, in the end, I still couldn't get the origin domain before you. I'm not happy, no, happy, very happy. So I'll congratulate you first for getting the origin domain, but I'm still not happy. Everyone was speechless. Are you happy, or overly happy? This. Yun Nuoshing could not help but smile bitterly. Before revealing the surprise, she asked, speaking of which, how long have I been lying down? Not long. Hui flicked 3 fingers. More than 2 billion years, close to 3 billion years. Is that so? That's okay, if it's only about 3 billion years. Yun Nuoshing made an O sound. She looked at everyone and smiled for a while. Then, she looked at Xiao Shi, who was still in shock as if she was still confirming something. In fact, Xiao Shi has almost realized it. Then I won't keep you in suspense. My destruction energy is fully charged. The entire concept-level space fell silent. Everyone who was standing on the other side of the space turned around and stared with their eyes wide open. Huey's cheeks twitched. He stared at Xiao Shi as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but say, "Can we call you the god of destruction now? Call you Chui Chui?" Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "It's just my energy that's close to her. In fact, there's a lot more to it. And it's something that I can't deal with at the moment. This time, I really can't deal with it. The isolated destruction energy's rule power, the related order power, the destruction runes, divinity, and divine right are all at this level for the time being. I have reached the end point. There's no possibility for me to poke my head out and explore for the time being." Huey's cheeks continued to twitch. The problem of the realm? Yes. The heavenly path of the realm has imposed the strictest and most unnegotiable restriction on me. She finally made a move on me, the little one. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. This can only be said to be the beginning of another phase. Like I've said before, what they tried to achieve is just a state of calmness. It's not the same thing at all. Now, everything about the destruction energy has reached the end of its current path. Looking around, it's as if I'm standing on top of a tower. I'm surrounded by so many chains that me would die if she looked at them. It's my own reason for locking me down, not leaving a single hole for me. Hui replied in a daze. Then, should we change paths? That's true, but not now. Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. Now we can only adapt and get used to this situation. It was a coincidence that we were forcefully pulled to the end this time, and no, it was because of the influence of the cause that we left behind. After we plucked the fruit, it became like this. Well, it was the result of forcefully achieving it. There was a part of the road that we skipped while jumping around. Therefore, we still have to get used to it again, or else. He looked up at Hui and laughed dryly. Or else we'll be like how you tried to beat me up just now, thrown away by its overreaction. So, how did you feel about the automatic counterattack just now? Huey's face twitched. Terrible. I almost suffocated. He rolled his eyes and looked at Maple as he changed the topic. Have you rested enough? You've been lying in bed for almost 3 billion years this time. You've returned to the factory for major repairs, right? Don't tell me you're yes, I'm dealing with the origin energy and the origin domain, or I'll beat you up today. Yun Nuoxing crossed her arms and smiled. Of course I'm going to rest. Although it's half-hearted. The tiredness of 5.5 centuries has finally dissipated. Now I just feel refreshed, as if I've thrown away some heavy things and come back to life. He looked up and said half-jokingly, Why don't we go to the underworld now? I feel like I'm in good shape. Everyone was speechless. Is this guy full of himself? Chapter 2073. Now was not the best time to attack. Preparation before a battle was a long process. At least, they were not ready yet. Everyone was not ready, and he was not ready either. Let's not talk about the fact that they would never be ready. Let's talk about the bottom line. They had to face the chaos conceptual entity, and at least 2 peak Yuanshi realm experts at the same time. Theoretically speaking, they had to overcome this difficulty before they could attack. Before that, they would just be sending themselves to their death. But if the attack failed, their efforts over the past few eras would all be for naught. Like smoke, they could just wave their hand and disappear, leaving nothing behind. For them and the Void frontline, it was still an insurmountable mountain. Whether it was theory or reality, it was an unshakable obstacle. Even if they had thousands of ideas, they could only hold it in for a while. Before the Void announced the arrival of the time, while the underworld was still busy stirring up trouble, They still had time to prepare for the one and only chance to attack. Retreat. There was no retreat. There was never a need for it. What a familiar busy state. Hui tilted his head and looked at Maple, who had a thoughtful look on his face. But I think it's better to say it in advance. You won't tire yourself out again, will you? I just woke up. How can I tire myself out so easily? This time, I've really gotten rid of all the accumulated fatigue. Can't you see that I'm much more relaxed? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him, her palms sweeping down the wings of the little angel. Oh, it's a very obvious change. I can see that you're no longer gloomy and half dead. Hui shrugged. Even though he knew that Maple was in good condition, he did not agree or disagree with Maple's statement that it was not that easy to fall to the ground. Everyone knew that if Maple wanted to kill him, he would not be able to stop him. So, Executor Sage, based on your habits, you will be messing with a lot of strange things this time, right? Of course. You know that I definitely won't be lenient when it comes to maximizing my attack power. It wasn't easy to reach this realm, so I can't be satisfied with just climbing up. Of course, I have to do my best to pull everything I can get. It's naturally better if I can pull it to my current position. The corner of Yun Nuoshing's mouth twitched as she turned her gaze towards the Fort of Origins. Either way, let's focus on what we can reach now. The Fort of Origins, arrange for some special energy towers, and think about how to deal with the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. Block it first and then destroy it. We felt a little helpless. He had already said that the matter that Foam was going to deal with was the core of the core. Just listening to it made him tired. Besides, they really couldn't do anything to help in this regard. At this time, they could only turn into a group of listeners and be responsible for listening. At most, they could say a few words and give some suggestions. Look at you deep in thought. Do you have any ideas? Some of them are crude. It will take some time to perfect, adjust, and finally implement them. The success rate is considerable, but it just takes time. And Yun Nuoshing's hand that was stroking her wings paused, her expression stiff as she pointed at herself. The scrap rate of materials is also quite high. Hui rolled his eyes hard. Listen, listen, listen. What did he say just now? I've already said that this guy has a lot of ways to kill me. Wouldn't the 3 or 4 things that he listed leave bloody footprints in each step? That bastard doesn't take me seriously at all. What the hell is scrap rate of materials? Scrap rate? 100 billion years. Seeing Hui and the little angel glaring at her as if they wanted to pin her down, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and quickly waved her hand. But it'll have to be delayed for a while. I can't do it now. I'm still adapting to the energy of destruction. It's not a matter of delay at all. Hui slammed the table and stood up. Yun Nuoshing nodded and admitted. It's a matter of life and death. All right, I've already said those things many times. It's pointless to say it again. For me, what I need to do is just moving from one thing to another. Or rather, I've entered another phase, the phase of preparing for the final hurdle. As for the things before, the source laws, the sea of energy, and so on are just laying the foundation. Tisk. Hui sat down, crossed his legs and held his chin. He did not intend to be entangled in this nonsensical topic. Building the foundation is still all right. After spending so much effort. It is indeed a matter of the foundation. So, what do you want to do? Do you need help? We have a bunch of high-level primeval now. They can help. Well, Yun Nuoshing looked away. You guys really can't help. Hey, make yourself clear. It's fine if you can't help with the first few things, but you guys should be able to help with the matter of dealing with the chaos concept body, right? Did you become arrogant after touching the origin domain? Now you can take on the chaos concept body alone? Then pretend I didn't say anything. One-on-one, my ass. You can't even beat the chaos concept body alone. Are you rushing to give yourself a cold dish? Yun Nuoxing's pretty face was troubled. She looked up and sighed. Of course you guys can be of use, but that's only in the actual battle. However, there are some special aspects of dealing with the chaos concept body, that is, chaos domain. Phew. Let's put it this way. How do you feel about the origin domain that leaked out when I first woke up? It's hard. First, it dragged us into the devastation storm, then dragged our bodies and soaked us in the concentrated energy of destruction and origin as if we were materials to be soaked in medicinal wine. The destruction will and energy in all directions were so viscous as if they had solid weight. Every movement made me feel like I was under the pressure of a heavy hammer. It could be said that we were completely suppressed from every aspect. Also, the moment the origin domain was unfurled, we were sucked in when we weren't paying attention. The impact of the unfurling of the domain itself was enough to stun me for half a day. Huey's expression was solemn as he spoke. Now, he relaxed a little and spread his hand. However, it's not completely unstoppable. We could use our full power to counteract the indiscriminate energy impact of the origin domain. If we count in the many order warriors at the front line of the void, we would definitely be able to minimize its impact on us. The conclusion is that there is definitely an impact, but it's still stable and not a big problem. Yun Nuoxing looked at him and said faintly, "That's not the true power of the origin domain. As I've said, it's just the energy that leaked out when I woke up that unleashed the domain. What you're facing is just the unfurling of the origin domain's blurry light without doing anything. It's just like my most normal form. Now that I've said that, you should understand that I still have a lot of power forms behind me. Once I unleash my true power." Huey's hand that was holding his chin trembled slightly as he stiffly turned his head. No way? Unfortunately, I'm not scaring you. It's the truth. Yun Nuoxing glared at him and let out a long breath. It's the origin domain after all. It's a power that can only be unleashed by unleashing the origin energy to the limit. If I say that a small number of you could block the domain with all your might, wouldn't it be child's play? Wouldn't it be as if my half an era of hard work was a waste of energy? The true power of the origin domain, well, you can also add rule, order, energy form. It can be stacked. By then, you'll know the true power of the origin domain. Huey's face was full of bitterness. Feng, don't be like that. We can't handle your rule, order, energy form. If you add the origin domain, we won't even have to fight if you just use your domain. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. Fight your head off. The origin domain is definitely under my control. Let's not talk about the fact that you now have the ability to identify my energy. The origin domain itself can also identify the power of order. It can identify and protect our warriors who belong to order, and then smash them with chaos. Of course, it can also destroy indiscriminately. You've already roughly experienced it. Speaking of which, should I make some adjustments according to the energy identification on your body, so that the origin domain won't accidentally hurt those trash from the underworld? I don't think so. The chaos domain is better for beating up their order. No, if the chaos domain is unleashed, there should be no way to suppress its influence on you. Well, it's fine. Let's make some adjustments. Also, the origin domain is quite useful for the blessings of our own people. It can raise the combat power of all of us. He was stunned as he spoke. Looking at Hui, who was already numb, he scratched his head and said, "I've digressed. What I want to say is that what you just felt was just the aftermath of the origin domain. Its true power has not been unleashed. Then, imagine the situation when I unleash the origin domain with all my strength, and then think about the chaos conceptual entity that is as far away as the Great Yuan realm. What do you think will happen if it unleashes the chaos domain? I've said it many times before. But now, you should have a clearer understanding, right? No matter how useful our order warriors are, We have to withstand the first wave of impact before we can think about what to do next. And for this first wave of impact, we have to be the main force to withstand it. As for breaking the chaos domain later, well, it's still my business. I have to figure out a way to deal with this kind of special kung fu. Only the most powerful origin power can face the chaos conceptual entity head-on. It's not that I'm forcing myself or being arrogant, but, damn it, I don't want to do it either. I also want you to help me share some of the burden, so that I can reduce some of the pressure. But this matter requires me to carry the banner. What can I do? I can only charge into the battle. Hui buried his face in the table with a distressed expression. The chaos domain had been suppressing them for half an era. As they went deeper and deeper, they understood how perverse this domain was and how suffocating it was. The chaos conceptual entity, chaos conceptual entity, was really a huge problem. Ling, have you thought of a way to deal with the chaos domain? The voice that echoed in Yun Nuoxing's soul startled her. She looked inside and found that although everyone was busy, they were listening to their conversation. There's a pending method that I don't know if it's reliable or not, but it's also the best method that I can think of at the moment. It's a different approach, but it's very difficult and I can't see any signs of it. That's why I said that you guys can't help. He raised his right hand and his eyes flickered slightly. The silver-black liquid gathered in his palm and kept gathering together into a ball. The silver-black light that it released stunned everyone who was paying attention. They looked at each other and fell silent. They understood why he said that they couldn't help. He wanted to use the power of the sins of the world. No one in the void could help him. The sins of the world. Is it the attack of the Sin language series? It's said to be the most powerful attack of the Deyuan realm. Hui sat up slowly. Is it used to fight against concept-level power? That's right. Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly. Her right hand rubbed the energy ball that was formed by the sins of the world. After rubbing it for a while, she squeezed it hard and put it back. Since the Sin language decapitation, I haven't tried to figure out the attack of the Sin language series for a long time. Usually, I won't look for this unfriendly tenant if there's no reason. But now, there's no better way, so this is the only way. He knew that Maple had been contaminated with the sins of the world when he was figuring out the medium of divinity. But he did not know when Maple, the lunatic, figured out the Sin language. Anyway, it was strange that when Maple told him about it, it was already happening. Hui thought for a while and could not help but ask, "You can't do anything to the domain of chaos even with the full power of destruction?" I didn't make it clear. Yun Nuoxing gave an "oh" when she heard that. She pulled her hair and replied faintly, "This time, I'm trying to fuse the power of destruction and origin into the sins of the world, and then trigger it with the power of chaos to complete a destructive attack on the conceptual body of chaos and the domain of chaos." It sounds quite tricky, right? I only have a rough idea now. As for how to actually execute it, I still need some time to figure it out. But no matter how I change it, the requirements to use it will be higher than the Sin language decapitation. It can only be used under the limit of the law, order, energy form. Or it can only be used in a state that exceeds this form. It's going to be difficult for a while in the future. Yun Nuoxing sighed in distress. After I deal with the things at hand, I'll have to start tormenting myself again. Everyone was speechless. They were also having a hard time listening to it. Hui sighed, walked up and patted Maple's shoulder. He pressed his hands on Maple's shoulder and looked at him. "Anyway, just call us if you need anything. Give us some time and we promise to bring the domain of origin to you. If you need anything, just tell us directly. I'm very arrogant. I'm now a high-level premier. I'm very arrogant." Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She sighed and said, Okay. I'll definitely call you if I need your help. I've said this 1,000 times. I really won't hesitate to use your power or anything. It's just that I really need Ahem, anyway, I know and you know too. We grinned at him and held the back of his head. Anyway, you've woken up and the wake up grumpy thing has been resolved. You can tell us about the final battle now. Huh. Didn't you say that you'll tell us when the higher-ups are almost all advanced? Why did you delay until now? We shrugged. When you were not around, we were busy for a long time and forgot about it. When we remembered, the time had already flown to this moment. And it just so happened that you woke up and threw a tantrum in bed. So, we'll solve your problem first and then tell everyone. You see, as soon as you woke up, you dragged the domain of origin to give us a big news. The current situation is just right. On the one hand, you can explain to everyone what the big move just now was, and then drag the topic to you. Then, you can take the opportunity to announce the final battle as a way to cheer everyone up. Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek. Okay, I don't mind. You're good at this. You've always done this before. Just do whatever you want. Then I'll go do something for a while and see how things are going outside. We scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. A moment later, he suddenly put on a serious expression and said to Maple alone through the soul communication. You've just woken up and can't do anything yet. Just accompany the girls in your family. It's been almost 3 billion years. Xiaoyu and the others have been nagging at me every once in a while. I can't remember how many times I've heard it. Yun Nuashing was startled and also replied through the soul communication. So serious, but why are you more concerned about this than them? Hey, I haven't given up on urging you to get married. I'll go with you, Maple. In this life, if I can't do it in this life, then in the next life, I'll King torture you until the wedding. Yun Nuashing. What kind of strange obsession is this? It's obsession. Don't even think about running away. You can run away today, in this life, but you can't run away in the next life. Yun Nuashing listened to Huey's soft snort and rolled her eyes. She laughed bitterly. This, strange, magical. This guy, he hasn't even started a family yet, and he still has the time to think about me. It's really strange. Could it be like what he said last time because he left behind regrets? Sigh, it's hard to understand. This isn't easy to deal with. How could he settle down with such a trivial matter in the void in front of him? Starting a family was also a very distant word, no matter in the sense or on the surface, it was very distant. He had once longed for a warm harbor called home that he could establish himself in. Where had he, who had once longed for all this, gone? Those thoughts in the past. Perhaps those were just thoughts that even he found laughable. After being tossed about in the wind and rain for countless years, before everything had come to an end, he wanted to stand up, let go, and change. In the end, these were just thoughts that suited the lives of others. To him, if he hadn't embarked on this path, perhaps he would have gladly accepted it, but it was a pity. Then, as if it was a joke, after he looked for a home and threw this thought aside with the passage of time, he realized that he had already had a broken home a long time ago, a fate that had been set. Their choice was also his choice. Although it was already broken and everything in the past had disappeared along with the changes in the void, leaving only them clenching their teeth and stubbornly holding on, like a spark that was unwilling to be extinguished. Few random thoughts. Forget it. Let's not think about these things. After all, no matter how much I think about it, it wouldn't usher in any change. News of the final battle spread after we had finished dealing with the matter of Node Zero, and after everyone from the Order Domain had returned from blocking the Death Mist Rift. Just as we had arranged, he first mentioned the details of a certain someone waking up and causing trouble with low blood sugar, before spreading the news as if it was thrown out at the same time. At present, the response was huge. Apart from a small group of people who already knew that such a day would come, everyone else in the Void frontline fell into a brief moment of shock. They kept silent, looked at each other, lowered their heads and pondered. There were all sorts of expressions on their faces. Everyone's emotions were complicated, and apart from the warriors of order who were still fighting, most of them were quiet and thinking about certain things. In fact, many in the Void front line had discussed the aftermath of the war between order and chaos. Little Green had kindly provided information about the future of the Void front line and the end of this war. Many of them had thought and guessed what would happen next, whether they would defend until the end or gather their forces and charge forward to fight to the death. Actually, it's quite contradictory. Suifeng heard a lot of words ringing through the spiritual transmission. Seeing that Maple was staring blankly as if he was also listening to the voices of the countless people in the Void front line, he pulled out a chair and sat beside Maple. We have heard the voices of the warriors of order. Most of them hope to charge into the underworld for the final battle, including those worlds that were once ravaged by the death mist. The warriors of order in those worlds are the loudest in calling for an attack. For them, there is nothing more satisfying than personally killing their enemy. The other voice is the contradiction I've just mentioned. They actually prefer to defend, but are aware that nothing can be achieved if they only defend. On the other hand, they are a little worried about attacking. Everyone is usually immersed in what they have to do, which is why they would not hear anyone shouting about why they are not moving. They are probably numb from the battle that has lasted more than 5 eras. But once that is mentioned, the thoughts buried deep in their hearts would surface. It is a topic that no one can avoid. Well, everyone's thoughts would not affect anything. Because of us, because of your decision, everyone would eventually charge into the underworld for the final battle. Having gone through more than 5 eras of trials and battles, they would be clear about what is happening here. There is no need to worry. At most, they would be a little busy and messy in the near future, and the flow of personnel would be chaotic. Just like what was said before, everyone has their own things to do. Give them enough time, and let everyone settle a lot of things so that they could embark on the path to the final battle. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at him. Myths, did you have such a situation back then? Not at all. Suifeng could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Back then, the Order of the Void could only defend to the death, and the battle would never end. It was not like now, where there was barely some quiet leisure time, and naturally there was no chance to solve anything. Anyway, the opportunity now is quite a luxury for us back then. We did not even have time to say goodbye. You can imagine the situation back then. The final battle. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief as he stared at the sky that seemed to be made of ice crystals. I've never thought about this before. It's all Huey's doing. I just need to focus on the battle. The human heart is a very troublesome and complicated thing. I don't really want to care about it. Even the Order warriors who have been fighting alongside us for 5.5 eras are the same. However, with Hui taking care of it, there's no need to worry about anything. I only need to do what I did before. I only need to focus on my own battle. Hui will take care of everything. He sighed, hugging the wings of the little angel, and stroking her long hair. But I don't know why, but I am nervous this time. Will there be anyone who does not want to fight? Will there be anyone who will turn around and leave because of a different choice in the end? I don't know. I don't know any of that. The front line of the Void is not so powerful and strict. It makes me feel that there is nothing to be surprised about no matter what happens, because I have already imagined it. This kind of looseness now makes me feel a little uneasy. In the past, I would not have cared about this at all. Suifeng patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Because Hui Jun has always been the one who took care of these things. But the front line of the Void is different. In the Void, if you patted your chest and said that your contribution to the construction of the Void was second, no one would dare to appear in the 100 positions around you. In the past 5.5 eras, all the changes in the Void were witnessed by us, and you are the one who risked your life and worked the most. You have built it with your heart and soul for 5.5 eras. Naturally, it is different from before. It is very normal that you care about it. Like you said before, you have searched for the one in the endless sea of stars and built everything to resist the broken dream. Now that it is about to be put to the test, it is abnormal that you do not care. Really? Is that so? Yun Nuoshing breathed a long sigh. This troublesome mood seems to have a great impact on me. So annoying. I want to get rid of it. I don't want to care about it. Suifeng looked at Maple's troubled face and could not help but laugh. He patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Ahem, as your senior, I am telling you that you do not need to worry about that. As I said just now, because of your decision, all of us will eventually follow you on the path of the charge. You are the one who contributed the most in the void, and the one who affected it the most is naturally you. And this place is also the second nest, home of countless Order warriors. I dare to pat my chest and say that I know this better than you. The Order warriors who have long understood everything will naturally not be willing to leave the place that they have protected together for countless years at this moment, because this place is also a part of their effort. They also know what will await the world of Order if they lose the Void frontline. After 5.5 eras of war, no one in the Order Void knows this better than they do. You do not need to worry about that. Just like before, you can leave these trivial matters to Hui Jun and us. You just need to keep moving forward according to your own thoughts and wishes. After all, you are the Void frontline. No, you are the morning star of the Order Void, the emissary of the gods. Yun Nuoshing shuddered. Don't say that. That's disgusting. Haha, anyway, just keep moving forward. Just keep moving forward. That's what you said. There are some things that you do not need to worry about from the beginning to the end, isn't that right? Yun Nuoshing groaned for a moment and rolled her eyes. Okay. I know. I'm just worried for nothing. TSK. You came here specifically to say this? Why did you suddenly think of saying this to me? Well. Suifeng was startled. He could not help but turn his head and look behind him. His sister and the others were hiding behind an ice cube. Jing Yuanji, Shuang, Siyu, and Blue Phoenix were also looking at him from behind the ice cube and gave him a thumbs up. Suifeng smiled bitterly. After thinking for a while, he replied honestly, Blue Phoenix and Jing Yuanji said that you would be troubled. Siyu was going to come and talk to you, but when she saw me, she thought that I was more suitable. Shuang pushed me out. Damn, your girl's combo attack left me sitting here without any time to react. The little angel quickly turned her head and giggled. Yun Nuoshing could not help but turn to look at her and sigh gloomily. Well, the only ones who knew that he would be troubled were them and a certain someone who was still shouting slogans outside. Seeing the gloomy and helpless expression on Feng's face, Suifeng bumped his shoulder with his shoulder. So, have you thought it through? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and shrugged after a moment. No, but whatever. I'll just leave it there. I'll think about it when I have time. Let Hui. Oh, and you guys, I'll let you solve it now. I don't know anything. Damn it. You always said this kind of thing back in the day. I want to be lazy. I want to be lazy. Huey's cursing voice suddenly sounded in the soul communication. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and replied, Lazy my ass. You're the one who raised the Void frontline. I'm only in charge of fighting and being reclaimed after fighting. I don't know anything else. I don't know. Everyone. They were really too bold and self-righteous in their speech. Both of them were like that. Both of them were probably trying to pass the buck since they knew each other. Chapter 2074. There was no telling how many years had elapsed since the Void frontlines became extremely active once again. Though there were fireworks of various types being set off every single moment, bombarding the Void indiscriminately, the activity this time was very different from before. They were not rushing to send more fireworks to the front lines, but were instead doing their best to pack up. The realms of order were reshuffling and changing personnel, just as the order warriors in the node cities were also packing up and preparing for shift. The Void Patrol squads that had been mostly disbanded dispersed once again, with almost 2/3 of them disbanding on the spot, while the remaining 1/3 basically regrouped and continued their mission. It was as if they were rushing to pack up every minute and every second before the holidays, with the next step being to head to the major transportation hubs and return to their respective homes and mothers. In fact, that was more or less the case. Those fellows had been cooped up in the Void front lines for a long time, and it was rare for them to be so active that they were not hurling energy towers at the front lines. Now they were acting unusually stiff. Yes, stiff. Though they were moving quickly, the stiffness in their movements could not be concealed. It was as if they did not care about what they were going to do next. Either way, since it was a holiday, they would first pack up and leave as they pleased, only to realize that they had not decided what they were going to do after packing up. Ah well, that was more or less the case. They were just packing up, although most of them did not seem to know what to do next. Having brought their home to the front lines, they naturally did not need to think or prepare anything. They simply turned around and jumped back to their own world, without feeling as if they had traveled a long distance. Such people were the majority, but there were still some who did not bring their own world to the front lines. There were various reasons for that, and to be frank, there were more of them. It was actually the wanderers of various worlds who did not create their own world for fun. Compared to their original world, the Void front lines perhaps gave them a greater sense of belonging. Just as Suifeng had said, they had stayed here for a long time, and the Void front lines were their second home, While it sounded easy on the surface, there were actually many reasons. For example, some of them had lost their world. Perhaps it was flattened by the death mist of the abyss several eras ago, or perhaps it was flattened by the activities of the Void over the years. Perhaps it was natural that they had reached their limit and died. Or perhaps all the beings in their world had collectively migrated without leaving any way to contact them. As a result, when they returned, they would only see a pile of ruins that had been there for who knows how many years. Or perhaps they could not even find the remains of their homeland. In any case, this was a homecoming of a group of wanderers who had been away from their homeland for many years. Not only that, their homecoming was either interrupted on the way or at the end. Some were even homeless from the very beginning. There were a lot of situations. If the differences between the Order warriors and their own families, the difference between high-level life forms and low-level life forms, and ordinary life forms, the most direct problem was the problem of birth, old age, sickness, and death. This group of undying individuals who faced the Void wouldn't have such a problem, but what about the people behind them? Not everyone's family was a high-level life form, and it was precisely because of this that some journeys had predetermined endings before they even started. It was an ending that no one could change. There were all these situations. With 10 trillion life forms, anything could happen, and there would almost never be a single instance of a situation like this. Although it was not appropriate to speak in a brisk tone in such an atmosphere, he could not think of the right tone to use. Most of the homecoming party who had left for a long time returned in just a few days. They carried their own complicated emotions as they became shut-ins in the Void frontline. Perhaps they did not even get to do what they had planned to do. The Order warriors who had left and returned quickly made everyone feel a little helpless. The Order warriors who were forced to shut-ins all came forward to hug their brothers and sisters, and brought them to a random spot in the Void frontline to sit down. They raised their flagons of wine and teapots, sighing about the *T Void, cursing the underworld, and lamenting about their lost homeland. The Void was helpless in the first place. 5.5 eras was enough for it to flatten the entire Void, allowing everything to undergo a complete makeover. It would have been the same even if the void itself did not encounter any accident or trigger various calamities, for the passage of time was enough for the world it was familiar with to change drastically, wiping away all traces of familiarity and replacing it with an unfamiliar shell. That was the true state of the void, and what the Eternals brought along to become Eternals was ultimately just a small part of it. Regardless of how great the number was, a small part was still a small part, and it was a concept that would never change. They were still a rare species in the entire void. It's really frustrating. I didn't expect that after bringing up this matter, more problems would arise. Well, these are problems that have settled down over a long period of time. Hui sighed faintly. Originally, he just wanted to let everyone fulfill their own wishes and so on, so that they could be mentally prepared and wait for the day of the final battle. Now that their wishes had been fulfilled, it had caused all kinds of sad things. In a way, it could be considered as letting go, right? Should be, right? The Void frontline used to have more free time before, although it was not as collective as it is now. I Ching tapped his head in distress, feeling more helpless the more he looked at the information sent over by various nodes. But why would so many people encounter such a situation? There are too many people in the Void frontline. Just pick any 2 reasons, and even if the degree of covering is only 1 in 100 million, there would still be a billion people, right? There are so many reasons. Those who are so busy that they forget to go home, those who are about to go back and suddenly find that the front line has been heavily damaged and decided to stay, those who simply regard this place as their own meaning, and the same reason as the first one. I can even say that those who are at odds with their families and forgot about it because there are such people, or those who think that they will definitely be trapped here next time, there are all kinds of reasons. Hui let out a long sigh. It's just that some feelings and thoughts may be difficult to bring up once they have passed the situation at the time. It may be because of one's own reasons, or other reasons related to one's own. As one waits, time passes unknowingly, and then again, and then one day one would realize that everything has slipped from one's hands. It's not that time did not give a chance, nor the void did not give a chance, it's just that one didn't give a chance. It's just that no one can tell if the choice at the time was right or wrong, it's a question that can't be answered. In short, that's the truth. That's reality, a drama that leaves one helpless. So you're not going to take that girl of yours out to play? I Ching paused for a moment, and then smiled bitterly as he fiddled with the pile of crystal balls beside him. No, I'm busy. Because of the sudden personnel movement, I have to arrange things quickly so that there won't be any flaws in the frontline defense. You see, that's what I said just now. You didn't give yourself a chance, but you can't tell if it's right or wrong at the time, right, little Qingzi? I Ching opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. Yes. I didn't give myself a chance, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The Void frontline needs me now. And when you, Lord Hui, Lord Feng, and the others are doing their best and have no time to care about anything else, how can I just drop everything and leave at such a time? Tisk, things can't be explained clearly. Hui smacked his lips and sighed. Let's wait for a while. After a while, if we've finished a phase here, Lord Hui, you don't have to worry. I've actually talked to her. Yes, really, she's helping me now. Hui, who was holding up the barrier, froze for a moment, and then sighed faintly. All right. So when are you getting married? Well. Unexpectedly, little Qingzi did not jump up in fright this time, and instead thought about it seriously for a while. There's no rush. It's still too early. Let's talk about it when we've settled down. We're planning to hold it in the realm of the gods. She's from the realm of the gods too? No. She came from a world that was confirmed to have been destroyed by the void not long ago. There's not even a trace of her hometown left, and her family seemed to have passed away long before she came to the void frontlines. That's why she's all alone now. She can't find a reason to go anywhere she wants, and so she's been keeping me company. TSK, that's why I suddenly wondered why so many people in the Void Frontlines couldn't find their hometown. Originally, 1/10 of this batch of disbanded people had chosen to stay at the Void Frontlines. But now, in just 5 days, 2/5 of them have left. Everyone went out for a stroll and couldn't find anything, so they all went back to the Void Frontlines and are now depressed. The remaining 3/5 are in the Frontlines, with some going home and some going out to play. Some were forced to stay at home and rest for a few days before changing shifts with the next batch of disbanded people, saying that they couldn't think of anything else to do and might as well just keep doing things. Then, the next batch of disbanded people kicked them to the front lines and forced them to rest. How should I put it? I don't know how to deal with it. That's a little. Huey's face twitched a few times, and he shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Come to think of it, because of this batch of people, the others who were disbanded in several batches are now asking the Void Patrol teams to look for the situation in their homeworld. They said that if they couldn't find anything, they could only stay at the Void Frontlines and stare blankly or something, or just ignore it and continue fighting. Still, the one who suggested continuing fighting was tied up and beaten up by everyone in the realm of order, saying that any lad with the potential to overwork like Lord Maple needs to be beaten up to correct their worldview so that they don't die from overwork. That's pretty vicious of them. Hui face-bombed, speechless. He really didn't know how to complain about the last part. Were the lads scared of Maple? Were they scared after learning that a certain fellow who almost died from overwork had been lying in bed for almost 3 billion years? He laughed bitterly and couldn't help but mutter, "Why do I suddenly feel like we're some black-hearted force, suppressing our own people and not letting them rest or something? This, theoretically speaking, is definitely not the case, but maybe." I Ching could not help but smile bitterly, patting his forehead helplessly and vexedly. There are various reasons that led to this situation. The Void Frontlines didn't have so many rules and regulations, and the Order warriors could actually go and deal with their own matters first. Over the years, other than that time when the 20 high-tier primeval charged into the Void Frontlines, there was nothing too terrible, but he didn't know what to say. Everyone's emotions were also very complicated, and he felt quite helpless when he heard all kinds of slightly sad and sorrowful voices in the soul transmission. Various reasons, Hui let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. These various reasons were really a headache, and there was no way to solve it. Fortunately, there is still a node city at the front line, and the frontline world still exists. The other batches of people are still guarding the Void Frontline. Not everyone left at once, and it won't be too lonely. Otherwise, everyone who was forced to stay at home would be too miserable. Yes. I Ching sighed softly as well. The Void Frontlines are the second home, and everyone has a sense of belonging here. Although it's always the feeling of missing family, but, well, that's what it means. Speaking of family, I remember that there was a group of elders who went to the front lines, and 16 generations of the family were there. That's quite interesting. Bloody hell, 16 generations, Hui said. By the way, the Void Frontlines are battlefields, right? Battlefields. He shook his head vigorously, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, his head banging loudly against the Guardian's shield. Since when did it become like this? Forget it, it's been more than 5 eras. There was no doubt that the Void Frontline was a war zone, but to be honest, it should be a combination of war zones, front lines, and residences for families. It was a place where one woke up, washed up, and went out to fight at once, and could return home after the battle was over. The current situation was that only the first place was incessantly setting off fireworks, while the other 2 places were quieter and safer. It was especially so for the frontline world. As long as one did not look into the void, they would not notice that fireworks were being set off next door, and the frontline and node cities were never damaged by the retreat over the years. Could it be because of that reason that it had unexpectedly become a suitable place for survival? I've forgotten if it was you or Lord Feng who suggested it. The original reason seems to be to make it convenient for the warriors of order to return home to check on the situation and rest, and also to use the frontline world as a training ground. And now there are indeed some warriors of order who joined from the frontline world. I Ching flipped the crystal ball and said, Lord Feng seemed to have said, "Isn't that good too, Hui smiled bitterly, and was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed and his tone became a little hurried. Let's leave it at that for now. Now is the time to deal with the aftermath, after the announcement of the final battle. Let everyone do whatever they want. As long as they don't collapse the void of order, there's no problem. It's not easy for everyone gathered here." I Ching did not notice Lord Hui's abnormality and only asked curiously, "Why do you have to separate collapse the void of order?" As long as someone dares to mention it, Feng will definitely agree. With his current combat ability, it's a big question whether the entire front line can hold him down if they swarm him. I Ching smiled bitterly. This was also an old problem. He tidied up the crystal ball for a while, and suddenly noticed that Lord Hui's expression was tense as if he was dealing with something. He even forgot to answer the soul message hanging there. I Ching could not help but be a little curious. "What are you doing? You want to know? Come to the observer space and you'll know." I Ching looked at Lord Hui's ferocious and troubled expression and thought for a while before silently bowing. "Then I won't disturb you anymore. I'll continue to deal with the matter of the homebound wanderers. I'm leaving." Seeing little Qing quickly slip away, Hui could not help but smile bitterly. He hurriedly shook his head and took a deep breath to adjust his sitting posture. The 4 guardians around him had shrunk their shields to the point that they were about to wrap him into a ball. His guardian barrier was constantly trembling and rippling. It looked like it was about to break at any time. But even so, he still stubbornly raised his head and shouted to the others sitting around him, "Hey, hey, hey! If you can't hold on, then don't. This matter needs to be done step by step. Don't be impulsive. If you force yourself to fly out, we won't go to the spiritual temple to see you." Everyone who had persevered until they were sweating profusely became furious. "Shut up! You talk too much," Sui Feng scolded. "You shield, even if you're taunting, you should be taunting Feng in the sky. Why are you taunting your own people?" This. Hui shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. "This. It's subconscious, habitual. Don't mind it, don't mind it. I actually wanted to say, can you still hold on? If you can't, just shout and I should be able to separate a little bit." Bang! Before he finished his words, everyone heard a burst of energy collapse. They hurriedly turned around and saw Hui Jun, who had been ridiculed for no reason and said that he wanted to help, now had a charred face. A piece of the shield surrounding him had obviously broken, and the debris on the ground was gradually annihilated under the reflection of the red and black light. Brother Lei's cheeks twitched. "You'd better take care of yourself. Don't distract yourself." Hui wiped his black face and smiled bitterly. It's okay. Let's continue." "Yes, continue." Inside the conceptual space, the reddish-black light covered the vast icy plain, as if covering the space with a layer of reddish-black curtain. Wherever their eyes passed, whether it was the sky, the surging waves in the distance, or the rotating fortress of origin, everything was dyed in a layer of ferocious light that made them sweat. Even the icy peaks of the domain were dyed in reddish-black, and only the light they emitted was still icy blue. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it made them feel a little uncomfortable. The dense destructive energy flowing in the air was almost suffocating them. The colorful long river, that flowed in all directions, was like an incessantly surging wave that slapped them across the air, multiplying the pressure on them and increasing it every moment. It was the same characteristic as the caster of the domain himself. The power of his domain would increase every moment until it reached a pinnacle beyond the norm. Ah, yes, they were sitting in Maple's origin domain, being whipped and beaten by him. Actually, this was not going to happen. After Maple was done with the destructive energy, he planned to use his origin domain to explore and truly feel it. Then, who was it again? Perhaps it was Sui Feng or his sister who suddenly said that letting the heirs feel the origin domain would have unexpected benefits. The reason was that the gods had done something similar before, and the effect was probably some sort of traction or something. Maple's domain even carried 146 types of origin energy, so it should be more special. Then, everyone gave an "oh" and said that Maple just needed to hold up his origin domain right where he was, and there was no need to deliberately go somewhere else. So, it became like this. Maple hung himself in the sky, using his normal state to cast his origin domain, while they sat below in torment. It was torment. The origin domain that appeared when Maple woke up a few days ago was indeed cast by the leaked energy. It was completely different from the current domain. A few days ago, they were pressed into it to soak in medicinal wine. Now, they were going to be embedded in an energy crystal. Furthermore, the pressure coming from all directions was increasing every moment. It was as if there was an entire asteroid belt made of energy crystals bombarding every inch of their bodies. Do you want to increase the pressure a little? Yun Nuoshing looked at everyone below and could not help but say, "The state of silence has been maintained for quite a while. Do you want me to change to attack?" Everyone was shocked. No, don't change." Hui hurriedly shouted, "You're increasing your strength every second. You'll die if you switch to attack." "Oh, okay." Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and turned to continue exploring the origin domain. "Then do your best. Give me a shout if you can't take it anymore." There were no restrictions when casting the origin domain, and it could be used without switching forms. Switching energy forms and letting the energy change before casting the domain would change as well since it was linked to energy. By the way, it was unsurprisingly a huge energy user. The rate of energy consumption could not simply be described as fast. It was like pouring an ocean into the void, throwing an entire star system into the void without a sound. If not for his huge energy capacity and the world-luminous orbs in his pocket that allowed him to recover quickly, he might not have been able to withstand the origin domain's consumption. The burden was still manageable since it was a domain that could only be cast when the origin energy was pushed to its limit. His soul had also long since adapted to the presence of origin energy, which was why the burden was only a little higher. It was negligible, like the burden of a jogger suddenly speeding up a little. With the destruction energy as the lead and the other 145 origin energy complementing, it stands to reason that this domain should be able to unleash the characteristics and attributes of all origin energy. I don't know much about them, so there's no way to do it. He pulled at his hair and thought for a while. He decided to throw the indescribable idea into the void and annihilate it completely. Right now, he had exhausted his mental and physical strength just by manipulating the destruction energy. It would take a very long time for his origin domain to manifest the form of 146 origin energy. Although he felt that he might not need this power anymore, the journey would take too long, and he would not be able to make it in time for the end to arrive. There was actually no difference in the form of the silent form and the attack form. The silent form was like soaking everyone in the energy. As for the attack form, it was to ignite all the energy and start to release all kinds of energy into the world. He would be able to blow up all the energy that appeared in the domain, and there would also be energy erosion. No, for the order energy, it should be assimilated. No, it was more like a layer of shell. A layer of destruction energy was placed on the order energy that appeared in the domain. In other words, every attack big and small would carry destruction energy, and the energy that was affected by its characteristics would be able to completely unleash its power during the attack. It would blow up all the remaining energy, and after a round of saturation bombardment, there would be nothing left of the energy. It was a bit like the cloud break formation that he released when he was in the bow break formation form. It was used to detonate all the energy within the affected area. However, the domain's characteristics also increased its power, and when the energy was detonated, it would transform into energy release and energy explosion led by the destruction energy. In other words, the fireworks would be infinitely multiplied. Now he understood. This destruction domain was all about attacking. The destruction domain existed to destroy and destroy. As long as he wanted, he could even disintegrate everything within the range of the domain into a cluster of particles, not to mention if it was not strong enough. The purest attack of destruction and destruction was very good. He liked it very much. If it was some slightly more troublesome domain, he might have to spend a lot of effort and brainstorm to think of a better way to use it. Oh, as expected of his, what is his name, who was also a void barbarian like him. He basically did not do anything fancy, and just used the densest and most gorgeous fireworks to flatten everything within sight. Chapter 2075. It was a shame that Hui and Little Green could say something like that. Among the warriors of order who gathered at the front line of the void, quite a number of them had lost their homeworlds. Their homeworlds had been torn apart by the abyssal death shroud, melted by the underworld, or blown up by the anomalies in the void caused by the ghosts in the underworld. No one knew how much the underworld had done to the entire world of order in the past 17 eras. The number of worlds that were destroyed by the underworld was uncountable. A long time ago, he seemed to have mentioned that the people who gathered here either held on to their own beliefs, held on to the banner of righteousness in their hearts, held on to the righteousness in their hearts, or held on to whatever thoughts they had. They were all allowed to do so without any problems, holding on to the beliefs in their hearts so that they would not be swallowed up by the endless passage of time. That was the case for some of them. There was another group of people who held on to the abyssal death shroud and the underworld. The number of these people was much more than the former. Sui Qing, Sui Feng, Little Xiao, and the other second-generation successors of the previous generation also held on to the same hatred and anger. Their hatred and anger had been accumulating for more than 10 eras. Although their hatred and anger were directed towards the chaos instead of the underworld, it was all the same. On the day they jumped over, he had treated them as chaos. He did not care whether they had converted into order or not. If he said they were chaos, then they were chaos. He digressed. What he wanted to say was that most of the order warriors who had such emotions had seen their own worlds being burned, distorted and destroyed with their own eyes. To them, their homeworld was a broken dream that they could never touch again. Only a small number of them managed to save their homeworld when it was being corroded by the death mist of the abyss, or they managed to wait for reinforcements to come and rescue their homeworld. He already knew part of the situation, but it would be too hurtful to say such words. Your world is long gone, and there's no point in looking for it. He could not say that even if he did not think. So he did not say anything, and simply watched the activities of the people at the void front line. Hui and Little Green would take care of those things, and he did not need to worry. It was fine to let them do as they pleased for a while, and it would not affect the void front line. They were warriors of order, and in retrospect, they were also individuals, living beings, and had their own matters and life course. Hui had said that to him before, and he knew it himself. Though he found it troublesome, he did not really care much about it. Taking care of people was not his forte in the first place. But why don't I know about these things? Everyone's homeworlds and what not. A certain guardian who was scorched by the origin domain lay on the icy plain. He shivered as he raised his hand. The red-black shroud that floated over his body sizzled when it came in contact with the cold wind on the icy plain. After a burst of energy turbulence, the shroud disappeared. Everyone who was tormented by the origin domain on the icy plain looked gloomy. Their bodies trembled from time to time, and red-black shrouds and energy bolts would come out as if they were being scorched. If someone who did not know the situation walked in and saw this scene, they would probably think that he had done something to them. That did not seem to be wrong. After all, he was the one who held up the origin domain. These guys who were stubbornly holding on. He had already told them that if they could not do it, they should just say so. In the end, they just held on until they collapsed. It was only when the last person was done that they howled. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they were all lying on the icy plain like corpses. Don't learn from him. I've told you before, although I've only told you once or twice. Yun Nuoxing replied calmly. She picked up everyone who was tossing and turning restlessly on the ice field and threw them to the place where they were drinking tea and chatting. She then threw the first light to this place so that they could quickly recover. Although you basically forget about it after hearing this, the essence of being naive and sweet. How can this be called silly and sweet? Hui was not convinced. He slapped the icy surface and sat up. Then, his body trembled as if he was having a seizure. He screamed and lay down. But he still stubbornly raised his hand and said, I am at most forgetful. Forgetful. Definitely not anything. Anyway, that's it. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly at him. She picked up Shuang Shuang and hung her on her back. Then, she carried Siyu and Qing Huang on her left and right. After settling them down, she carried Yuan Ji, Dao Tian, Shui Yen and the others. After settling them down, she carried Sui Feng, Brother Lei, Sui Qing, Xiao Shi and the others and ran back and forth several times. Finally, she placed Hui on a chair and was done. She heaved a sigh of relief. But when she looked up and saw everyone's miserable appearance, her face could not help but twitch. She could not help but mutter, Why are you all holding on so hard? Right? Look at how miserable you all are. How old are you? This. Everyone laughed weakly and bitterly. They didn't know how to answer. Hey, we are holding on so hard because of that. That's what it is. Hui, who had the fastest recovery ability and was the most resistant to beatings, recovered after a while. He bounced up. Although his body was charred black and there were red and black energy thunderbolts exploding, he still held on and said, The road after the advanced is not easy. Sometimes we have to force ourselves to do some things. Don't you all think so? Everyone turned their heads with difficulty. After hesitating for a while, they nodded. Shuang Shuang muttered and wriggled into Little Star's arms. She leaned against him and replied, Well, the road is not easy. I am stuck. I can't advance or retreat. It's so strange. I want Little Star's care. Everyone. You are an original life form. It's finally your turn to be stuck. Didn't you drive a rocket so fast in the early stage? Pinching Shuang Shuang's face and stroking her long hair, Yun Nuoxing shrugged. The road after 90%, even you will be tortured for a long time. It is not easy for me to guide you. Although feeling the power of the origin domain can indeed speed up, it can only speed up a little. Patience, you can only be patient. Looking at Shuang Shuang who was wriggling and moaning in her arms, Yun Nuoxing smiled and looked at everyone who was paralyzed and did not want to move. Speaking of which, I have not congratulated you all for stepping into the advanced. You have been busy since you came out. We are all busy. Hui laughed bitterly. I feel that we are as busy as you were before. Why? Is the road really so hard to walk? Forcing you all to come to my place? It is the last stage after all. The shackles have been removed. Stepping into the pinnacle is another matter. That is the stage of ascension. Sui Feng waved his hand as he lay on the table and explained slowly. After stepping into the advanced, There are no other restrictions apart from the path of cultivation that cannot be solved. I mean the origin energy. It takes a lot of time to study it. Look, even your shuang is stuck at the last big hurdle. Yun Nuoshing listened and said, "Oh, so, it is just like when I was strung up." Looking at everyone's miserable faces, Yun Nuoshing shrugged and sighed softly. They were all stimulated by the origin energy and the origin domain. Each of them had the potential to get close to him, the potential to become overworked. He had nothing to say about that, just like how they could not persuade him back then. Everyone who was suddenly filled with anger could not be relaxed with just a few words from him. Well, it was not a bad thing to have motivation and a goal to pursue. Anyway, he just had to watch and not let them go crazy. Compared to our matter, have you found any clues? We suddenly straightened up and asked him a question, which made him startled. Because of this topic, everyone also paid attention to them. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head slightly and pondered for a moment. I have an idea now. The process is smoother than I thought. Although I don't want to admit it, and I don't want this special honor, but from a practical point of view, it seems that my compatibility with the sins of the world is quite good. If only it doesn't nag in my ears and soul every time I torture it. Compatible. Huey's cheeks twitched. He did not know how to respond to the topic. Should he be considered lucky or unlucky to be compatible with the sin of the world? Judging from Maple's current situation, and looking at Maple's complicated expression, he felt that it should be the same. Maybe both. Looking up at everyone who was thinking about something, Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed twice. By the way, do you have time to activate your territory? Hui looked up in confusion. Why do you suddenly mention territory? Of course, I want to try it. Yun Nuoshing moved his right hand. He did not notice that everyone's faces had turned pale when he said this. Since I have some ideas, I naturally have to try it out to know where I can adjust and where I can change it. I can't just sit here and think about it. I have a new strength, so I have to try it out a few hundred times to test the waters. So, which one of you will open up your territory and let me hit it a few times? Don't worry, it will be quick. I will break it in a few hits. Oh, by the way, remember to disconnect from the territory as much as possible, so that you don't get hit by the recoil when the territory explodes. Everyone! Oh my God, this guy needs to practice. How many years has it been since they heard that he wanted to practice? How many years has it been since he fought? Oh my God, if he fights in this state, he will lose his life. Hui hurriedly raised his hand. Go to the tower and fight with your shadow. Go and fight with your own shadow. Suifeng nodded vigorously. It's a good choice. Your own shadow is definitely more durable than us, and your own domain is definitely more powerful. Furthermore, you have more domains in the tower. I only have one origin territory now. How can I have so many territories? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and lowered his head to rest his cheek on Shuang's head. He muttered, besides, it's not fun to hit yourself. Hitting yourself is not fun at all. They thought about the result of him fighting with his shadow, and could not help but tremble. The scene of the origin heavenly god and the chaotic concept body fighting each other desperately appeared in their mind. It was definitely comparable to that kind of battle. After all, it's hitting yourself. Maybe you can't bear to do it, or maybe you don't know how to do it. Besides, hitting yourself is too difficult. Fighting with your own shadow is definitely one of the most painful things. Brother Lei let out a long sigh. Yes, the experience of being thrown to fight with my own shadow by the gods is still vivid in my mind. It's too difficult, even harder than fighting with Brother Feng's shadow. It's not that I can't bear to do it, but… Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and looked up. It's true that hitting yourself is uncomfortable, but it's not that painful, because the battle will be over soon. Everyone who had the experience of fighting with themselves looked up in astonishment. Yun Nuoshing looked at everyone's shocked expression and rolled his eyes. It's uncomfortable to beat myself up, but it's actually quite simple. It's either a shadow or a reflection of the law. It's more or less clumsy. Even if I copy my shadow and throw it out, it'll be over in a few minutes. Unless there's a living person who looks exactly like me standing in front of me and fighting with me, there's nothing difficult about it. A shadow is just a shadow after all. No matter how real and vivid it is, it's just my own shadow. It's just like how it couldn't withstand my sin whisper. Decapitate at the beginning and then reverse the law, order, energy form to hammer it. Now I can even press my origin domain on its face before it recovers from the sin whisper attack. That's if it doesn't split open when I hit it. Everyone was speechless. This person is a ghost, a real evil ghost. What kind of weird operation is this? Isn't starting with the pull of all things not enough to describe his insanity? Is he going to start with the decapitation of Sin Nuoshing now? He doesn't even consider how long the battle will last or what he will become after the battle. He just wants to beat the opponent to death. Don't tell me you really think that the shadow in the tower is the real me? We've known each other for so many years. Do you still think that I'll do things according to the rules? Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head. Don't tell me that it's uncomfortable for you to hit yourself? Everyone was sweating profusely. They couldn't admit it. They had been beating themselves up for a few days and still couldn't tell who was the winner. By the way, how could he put on such a relaxed expression and say such casual words when he was beating himself up? Are they really doing the same thing? Well, I've gone off topic. So, can any of you throw me a domain to play with? The primeval domain will do. Hui raised his head with a face full of sweat and looked at everyone who was sweating like a waterfall. He immediately stood up and moved to Feng's side under everyone's gaze. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well, wait for me to rest for a while, and I'll let you beat me after a while. I can't stand it now." Yun Nuoshing looked at him and smiled. "Oh, don't worry. You can try again later. It's still early. I've just found a clue. You can try again after a while. Don't worry. I feel very good now. I should be able to catch a peak primeval and beat him up. Ahem." We didn't know whether to cry or laugh when he heard the news. In short, their daily lives had entered another phase of busyness. This time, everyone in the Void front line was busy together. However, they were not busy fighting, but running around the map. Those who were supposed to go back to their hometowns continued to go back to their hometowns. Those who were supposed to deal with the things hanging behind their butts went to deal with them. Those who were thinking of revenge in the past took out their knives and went back to fight. Those who were going home to get married and have children went home to have a big banquet. Those who were going to take a rest, well, just take it as a rest. Those who had nowhere else to go continued to stay at home in the Void frontline. They chatted with their brothers and sisters in the Void frontline, had a drink or two, and then cursed at the Void together. In fact, the current situation was still quite dangerous. If those birdmen in the underworld had been monitoring the situation here, and saw that there was a huge change in the main force, they should take advantage of this moment to suddenly attack. Well, as long as they did not come out in full force, it should not be a big problem. After all, he was awake now. It was not a complete joke to catch a peak premier hammer. If he almost could not do it alone, then he could call for 2 more people. What? Asking him about his limit. Well, he was not sure. He had never fought a peak primeval head-on. At most, he could only use the pressure that Luo Ying exerted on him as a reference. However, it could only be used as a little reference, and not even as an official reference. Now, he did not have the opportunity to practice in actual combat. The opportunity to practice in actual combat would only come when they rushed over and initiated a battle to the death. That was why he said that they just had to adapt to the situation. They could not calculate the entire battle clearly. After getting through the anticipated and prepared parts safely, They would then face the situation of complete chaos and adapt to the situation accordingly. I put aside the busy order warriors. Right now, the observer dimension and the concept dimension would be covered by the origin domain for a period of time every day. Everyone would be immersed in the origin domain every day, being whipped, beaten, and slapped to the brink of death by the destructive energy. Just look at how the order warriors were showing their true ape forms, howling in pain and ecstasy. Damn, why did it seem like these guys were getting more and more energetic? Should he switch to an attack form to make it more difficult for them? After being whipped by the origin domain for almost half a year, everyone had almost adapted to the silent form of the domain. It seemed to be easier to deal with it. Just look at Huey's ecstatic dance and you would know. At least for the past few days, they did not show any signs of being burnt. As for whether they had the slightest bit of enlightenment, well, he could not tell. Every time they were pressed to the ground and got up, they would sit at the side thoughtfully and then fall into a state of contemplation. Huey's expression was similar to constipation. It was the kind of expression that made it more difficult to hold back when he wanted to force something out. He glanced at the others who were scratching their heads as they chewed on their book. Seeing that they should be fine, he turned his attention back to them. Before he could do what he wanted to do, he was startled. Then, he realized what he was doing. Am I transforming into a human form to train my domain? He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it, I don't care anymore. In the past, I gave them the conditions to fight against the void and the rules of the environment. I am used to it. Now, being a humanoid training domain is nothing. Looking at everyone again, he found an open space to land. Step by step, he slowly raised his right arm and began to condense and appear. The destruction sacred sigil also appeared at the same time. The two energies quickly converged in the palm of his hand and formed a palm-sized energy ball. The red-black energy shell wrapped around the silver-black viscous liquid-like core. The dark light it emitted was somewhat ominous. Just by appearing in the space, the ice field where he stood became dark, and the concept-level space was a little shaky. Chaos, annihilation energy. If I use the power of chaos to activate this energy. He looked at the slowly spinning energy ball wrapped in a circle of cyclone and narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, when the time comes, I have to find a way to change this body into a form dominated by the power of chaos. Under the rules, order, energy form, using the power of chaos as the dominant power, the switching process. Troublesome, a little troublesome. Looking at the ball in his hand, he could not help but sigh. He had only done this once before, and it was when the Divine Shadow Clan was charging into the Divine Realm. He had no choice but to use it. At that time, he knew nothing about the annihilation energy, so he did not expect it to be so troublesome. He only knew that it could be used, so he used it. In the end, he was forcefully suppressed after fighting for a while. Fortunately, he happened to be on his home ground, so he borrowed the power of the Divine Realm to hold himself back. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Perhaps he would have listened to the call to join the chaotic void at that time. Furthermore, to unleash 100% of the power of origin while this body was dominated by chaos. Wow, it was another troublesome matter of cutting himself in half. Just the sound of it was heartbreaking, and his soul was already wailing in advance. Most importantly, he needed to find a lock, one that would prevent him from suddenly volunteering to join the chaotic void when he used the rules, order, energy form to control the power of annihilation. Phew, looks like I have to deal with this. I can only use every method, no matter if it works or not. I have to use as many as I can. He clenched his hand and kept the ball of energy. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind, and a voice with a hint of the warmth of the winter sun rang out behind him. "Little star, are you busy?" The The slightly different tone of voice startled him a little. He quickly turned around and saw a certain ice sculpture of a girl looking at him with a warm smile. Her hands were naturally crossed in front of her, looking elegant and dignified. There was a strange blush on her pretty face, and the snow and ice crystals around her were all kept away for some reason. What's wrong? Aren't you busy with your enlightenment after being tormented by the origin domain? Yun Nuoshing stepped forward and patted the girl's head. He saw that there was a hint of shyness in her gentle smile, gently biting her red lips, and her eyes were slightly twinkling. This unfamiliar way of acting cute made him very puzzled. He could only guess, is there anything you need my help with? Shuang's pretty face was slightly red. She reached out and pulled his hand, twirled it twice and nodded gently. He was even more puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, the girl took the initiative to explain the purpose of her visit. She even repeated what she said, when I'm a higher tier, there's a way to reduce the degree of the chaos corruption you're affected by, Yun Nuoshing was startled for a moment. He could not help but scratch his cheek. I was just about to look for you to talk about this. Shuang was startled. I was just thinking about a way to resist the corruption of the chaos. Suddenly, this matter was placed in front of me like a duck on a perch, and I had to spend a lot of effort to think about it. So, I'm going to use the various methods that I've already thought of and prepared. Whether it's useful or not, I'll use them on myself first. Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked helpless. Shuang rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, she hugged him and flew towards the direction of the big ice lotus. That's just right. Let's do it now. Are you ready? Yun Nuoshing could not help but turn his head to look at the girl as she flew forward. The girl did not answer his question. Her expression was a little strange. He felt that something was not right, but he could not put his finger on it. He did not know why, but he suddenly thought of the time when he was suffocated in the broken continent of origin. Damn, was he going to do it again? Should he call out his little blanket? He felt a little guilty. Once his mind was out of control, it would be out of control. Yu did not know how many times he had said it. He really could not remember. After all, the time when that guy went crazy was much longer than the time when he was not. No, what he wanted to say was that he had suddenly gone out of control, and he was running all the way in the direction of immorality without any intention of stopping. His mind was filled with the scene of being suffocated in the broken continent of origin, and the scene after that. He widened his eyes. Was it not a good time to let his imagination run wild? Knowing that his thoughts were running in the direction of immorality, he immediately shifted his attention and looked around. Suddenly, he felt Shuang hugging him tighter. My waist is going to break, girl. You are a high-level yuansher, and he is only at the peak of origin. Don't use so much strength. Mei Mao, who was as cold as a glacier, was a little dazed. She turned her head and looked at him carefully from time to time. He looked at the pretty face in front of him, and his mind was in turmoil. At this moment, he caught the last thing that could pull his thoughts away and let it quickly occupy his mind. The scene of fireworks in the void made him calm down in an instant. Unfortunately, when he was half-hugged by Shuang and brought to the center of the ice lotus, before he could recover from the scene of fireworks, he suddenly felt his body lose balance. He hurriedly came back to his senses, only to see the sky suddenly appear in his sight. His back touched something cold. Then, an icy blue figure came down from above and occupied most of his vision. His forehead was instantly covered with sweat. An ominous premonition swept through his soul like a storm. Damn it! I've been pushed down. Something bad is going to happen. Just as he was about to shout for help, his mouth was blocked. Shocked, he was about to call for help again. The soul power of the high-level yuansher with a cold breath broke into his soul, which was not guarded against her. She quickly pressed down on the place that should be pressed, and sweat broke out on his forehead like a broken dam. Out of the corner of his eye, he barely caught a glimpse of the clear sky. His dying desire for survival made him make a final struggle. He immediately raised his hand to the sky, and colorful energy rapidly converged. Crack! The huge ice lotus suddenly trembled, and began to seal from the inside out, layer by layer. The sound of ice sculptures colliding with each other was crisp and a little dull. The collision of ice shards fell on his hands and face, making him feel cold. At the same time, a thick icy blue energy curtain suddenly shrouded from above, and the sky gradually darkened. Looking at the dimming of his vision, a last sad thought came to his mind. It's over, I'm gone. That you're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.